Hello, everybody. I think we are live. How's our sound? Before we jump into it, like we normally do.
I believe the sound is good.
Sound levels high.
That is saying better.
Sweet.
Looking for that chat, folks. Is it all good?
Gotta get that chat.
Yay! I am hearing that the sound is good, and therefore, it is time for me to say the things that I always say. Hello, internet
Hey.
friends, webcomic fans. It is I, your friendly neighborhood dungeon biologist, and I have brought you another steaming helping of trash in the form of the Trash Heroes Dungeons & Dragons stream, wherein we recount the epic adventures of a wildly improbable collection of horrible creatures that we call the Trash Heroes. Our players, of course, this collection of talented internet cartoonists. Please, as always, feel free to check out their work in the upper right. I'll point the wrong way again so it looks like I'm pointing the right way. You can see links to all of their comic works and Patreons and social media stuff. Please do check it all out. And without further ado, I will mention, of course, before I introduce all the characters, that we are down one player today, but fear not, I have everything under control. So, first of all, I will introduce the keeper of the vermin, protector of the trash heap, Fetid.
That's me. Hi.
Our larger-than-life pit-fighting superstar, Ugna Sugar Tusks. And then we have, in absentia, our trickster cleric, rogue baker, all-around party animal, Tromlin Darioles, currently being played by a repeat of the game logo. And then there is our all-natural Genasi swamp druid, Galorpa.
Oh, those are some good plants. We got some good plants this week.
Remember, don't put the weeds in your bed. Just remind me.
So many
from
ants
last
are already here. They're already here.
Finally, our sweet old grandpa, who's also accidentally an ancient warlock, Copernicus Sunshine.
Terrifying.
Ooh, creepy. All right. For those who are new to the stream, welcome. It is, of course, 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons with quite a few optional rules and homebrew, but don't worry, you'll be able to follow along, no problem. So I'm actually going to be picking things up really in media res here. We left a bunch of stuff hanging last time, so this is going to be interesting. We will be, I'm just mentioning to people in the chat, we will be having a vote shortly, although I'm afraid we still have not yet fixed our issue with subscribers getting double votes. For some reason, only our channel owner seems to be able to do that setting.
I've got a
and we
plan,
haven't figured
though,
out how to
and
make
we'll
the mods do it.
try to make it happen at break.
Yeah, we might have
So-
to try and do this in the break. So, so for the first vote, it'll just be
Oh my
single
God.
votes for subscribers.
The chat has just asked, can we control
Yeah, I saw
Tromlin
it.
by vote? Which is a very good idea.
I have a
Or a
write-out
bad
for
one.
Tromlin.
Oh, God.
Whichever.
I have a write-out for Tromlin, but I think we may affect what Tromlin is doing with vote.
Tromlin
But it will have to wait till after break because I'll need to confer with my shadow DM. So in the meantime, I just want to remind you guys of some of the outstanding stuff that was going on. You are currently in the bandit camp of Shagrat Scarfang, having just spent the night getting some well-earned rest after Ugna had just the most
Some of
epic wrestling match
Slash first date.
with / first date with Hrothgar. And so things that were left hanging include, did Ugna wander off to carry on said date with
Ugna
Hrothgar?
did not come to the fire that night.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
She's gone off somewhere. We will catch up with that later.
Secondly, Copernicus sent a sending to Dangalf the Wizard
Right.
to inform him of the crazy crap that is happening, to which Dangalf had responded, what? But also asked to be informed of your location so that he could come and confer with you. Copernicus did not want to waste another sending scroll and didn't reply, and you were waiting to hear back in the hopes that Dangalf would send a follow-up. And that hadn't happened yet by nightfall.
Yeah.
And thirdly, during the night, Glorpa had a dream, another vision, in which she saw the Lord of Stormhill, who happens to be Tromlin's uncle and potentially a family member who wants him dead, had a meeting with some mysterious off-camera person who Glorpa only saw the Lord of the Manor's side of things, Lord Boltrey, I'll just call him. And Lord Boltrey was basically asking his guards to go and collect Diomedes, the merchant, the Loxodon, from the inn to question him because he had been informed by some informant that his nephew was among your party. His nephew that he has heard other members of the family want very much to get their hands on. But this information Glorpa only gave to Copernicus so far, because when Glorpa awoke in the night, only Copernicus was awake, as he always is. And so this information has not yet made its way to Tromlin. So that's where we left off. We left off with Glorpa and Copernicus by the fireside in the night, discussing this this creepy vision and the potential threat of Lord Boltrey to young Tromlin.
Oh, also, overnight, can I cast Identify on the dagger that I've been carrying for 7 sessions without identifying
Sure
dark, so
can.
it's not going to evaporate, and I have nothing but time, and I don't sleep, and I can do it as a ritual.
You absolutely can. So for like the remainder of the night, you're still up and around, so you can easily take your 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I just realized I'm like watching you guys in delay because I was still watching the stream rather than
I
Discord.
do that all the time. It gets so confusing.
I'm like, why are you guys not moving?
Not reacting.
Oh,
Weird.
or you're reacting to things I said like a while ago, and I'm like, what happened?
We're
Just
all
got
just
your joke.
very stoned.
Oh, the stream's on?
Wow.
Whoa.
Oh.
It's like I'm looking at myself playing D&D.
Classic drug story. I can't hear you. I have a monkey in my ear. I'll tell you that story sometime. But anyway, the yeah. So you Glorpa goes back to bed because obviously Glorpa still needs to continue getting the beauty rest. And Copernicus, you can easily still by the fireside for the rest of the night. Go ahead and do a ritual spell and identify. So you do an identify on this dagger. And you find out that this dagger is actually the result of a spell. It is created by a spell. So it is effectively a temporary object. And you kind of already knew that because you knew that when it was exposed to direct sunlight, it was like disintegrating or to, significant light. And that's why you've wrapped it up and hidden away. And of course, why you waited until nightfall to cast the Identify. Yeah, that's why you waited. There's our explanation. And so, yeah, this is a unique spell that, what else would you get from the Identify? I'm going to quickly pull up the Identify spell and see if there's any specific information that I should be giving you that I am forgetting about.
How much RAM does this dagger
You learn
have?
its
What kind of
properties and how to
graphics
use it.
card?
Yeah, it has it's got like 12 gigs of RAM, but it only has like 1 gig of graphics dedicated.
Yeah,
Alright,
and what
so
kind
you
of
wouldn't
RAM?
be
That makes a
crazy.
big
It's
difference.
not a gaming dagger.
Yeah, it's not a gaming day.
I mean, you could play like Angry Birds
Yeah, it's
on
fine.
this dagger.
It's got,
You
I
wanna
mean, it's
just
got
play
a
indie
solid
stuff.
state drive.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. As long as
It's
you keep
also
it out of
got-
the light.
You can also set it up for multiple monitors,
Uh-huh.
but only through like old FireWire. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah. There's
Probably
nothing worse
bloodproof,
than
though.
a dagger that you have to attach like 6 different dongles to if you want to
Yeah.
stab anybody.
Yeah.
And you don't have a dagger dongle.
Yep.
You have to like special order it from eBay.
Yep.
Or or whatever is eBay a thing in
I
your
asked for one at the Apple
Fleabay.
store, and they called security on me.
So you would learn that this was so you learn the spell that created it. So this is a transmutation spell. I'm just quickly checking if we actually gave the spell a name. Well, I'll leave that for my shadow DM to look up because it's buried in our information. But this is a spell. I think it's safe to say that you would be able to figure out this is a spell of the Raven cults. So this is a warlock spell specifically. So this is something that is granted by a patron, and it is a transmutation spell that creates this dagger, this assassin's dagger. You would know of the properties of the dagger, so it does sort of act like a very powerful poison, but it is magical. It's not like real poison, which means that it's I believe it's not affected by immunity or resistance to poison.
Well, that's good to know.
You know that the dagger it basically has like one charge, and it has been used. Because as you recall, this one wasn't used. This is the one that they were going to try and assassinate one of you with and never did. So it still has a charge. It still has use. Like effectively, we don't really consider it charges, but basically it still can be used to do its job, which is to deliver a powerful poison-like attack. And when my Shadow DM finds the spell details, I'll give you the specs, because you would get that from the identify. So I'll give you a range, like what the damage looks like and that sort of thing. And if the spell is exposed to the light of the sun, if the dagger is exposed to the light of the sun, it will disintegrate, disappear. But once the charge is used, it'll actually be destroyed by any light. And a sufficiently bright light, even if it's not the sun, can destroy it. So this is obviously, the whole idea is you assassinate someone and then the weapon's gone. Right,
That sounds
which
like it'd be good
explains why
for-
there was no sign of a murder weapon at Otto's death.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Now
you were
we
saying?
know. So yeah, this seems like something that someone who slays in the night, some kind of night slayer person, would probably use. I wonder if we know anyone like that.
Quite possibly, although I'll remind you that you do know now from your various investigations that the Night Slayers are a tribe that has been out here for a long time.
Yeah.
That is necessarily entirely affiliated with the Raven cult. So they're not one and the same.
Teamed up, but they're not. Yeah.
Yeah. Teamed up to some degree. You don't know whether it's like they're being manipulated or they're being led.
Mm-hmm. And we still don't actually have much of an ID on who the warlock is, do we? Like, I've met their
specifically there's definitely a warlock out there who, like, at least one.
I've spoken to their familiar.
Yeah. So just to recap, because it's been a while, this is the problem with playing every other week, is that like it stretches out the what was happening again. But you would know that the Vildaravin that attacked you were like summoned shadows of the actual Fey spirit. And that was likely, as you were deduced at the time with a spectacular Arcana check, likely done by a warlock power. So they were summoned by a warlock. So you know that like the Vildaravin that attacked you were warlock summoned. The assassination attempt was being done through this warlock spell, and you know that there is a warlock's familiar that's been hanging around. Now, whether that's all one warlock that's done all that, or whether there's like a group of them, like a cult of them, for example, you do not know.
Okay.
And you do have some various reasons to implicate the Raven Queen as a possible patron, because the Vildaravin in particular are associated with the Raven Queen.
Yeah. Oh, the jury has the jury of one has rendered its verdict on it's definitely the Raven Queen behind this, whatever force is starting to lend its magic to.
Didn't you speak to it at one point? Like
the Night Slayers.
at that ritual site, you summoned something.
I think so I think that I made some direct but incomprehensible brain exploding contact with some
Right.
kind of.
You think you made
As you do.
contact with a patron
Yeah.
of some
I'm not.
sort.
I'm not sure if I was direct to the Raven Queen or I got like the Raven Queen's secretary or.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, it exploded your brain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or some
shitty
other entity
cousin's
in the
head.
same plane, right?
Yeah.
You also, I just got some information here. So it's a 3rd level spell, effectively, and the weapon does 3d10 damage. I can't remember I've got
That's
it's piercing
a
and
lot.
necrotic, and I can't recall which.
Ow.
I think some of it is necrotic damage and some of it is piercing.
Okay.
I think it just does it does like the normal dagger piercing and then 3d10 necrotic on top of that.
Ooh,
Yeah.
all right.
That's
So
nasty.
don't accidentally stab yourself with it.
I mean, Ugna would be sort of fine.
Weapon dissolves in bright light, as you know.
Mm.
I'll leave it at that. That's I think sufficient information about this spell. So that's what you get with your identify.
Okay.
During the night. You do not, however, or you have not yet heard back from Dangelf.
Okay. I'm still gonna make him be the one to reach out to me. Also, yeah, I'm sure he's got magical powers
Yeah.
for finding us. We've been leaving a trail of bodies.
Yeah.
And you don't want to come off as thirsty, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
We also left him, like, what was it? Some kind of messages at all the different sites?
Yeah, I was leaving the magic note
right.
messages as a little trail, and
So,
I figured
like,
that maybe
he
you can
could
detect
follow
enchantments,
us
too.
if he
Yeah.
wanted.
Also, I probably should tip off Shagrat at some point to the fact that we might get a visit from a wizard who
Oh,
we can
Don't
trust.
shoot
Just
the
so
wizard.
that just don't shoot
Yeah.
the wizard. So at some point, when it seems suitable and he seems awake, can I go knock on Shagrat's tent and just mention like to expect Dangolf and that he is an
How
ally?
do you knock on a tent?
Just, like, clear your throat real
Do you
loud
like
outside.
wiggle the tent flap?
Tend
I
to
think
set
you
up
make an
properly,
ominous-
so you've got tight ropes. You just like pluck it like a
Oh,
a bass.
oh.
Get a bong.
Clang,
Yeah.
clang.
Bing.
You run your finger up and you go boom, 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 boom.
Mhm.
Scabba-doo-doo, scabba-doo-day.
Yeah.
Let 'em-
It's just bards jamming with the tents.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I scat outside of Shagrat's tent. Vocal scat, let me just emphasize, not bear
Good.
or...
Not the other
Very good.
kind.
Yeah.
Not the more party appropriate kind.
I was going to say, this isn't that kind of stream, but it
Yeah.
kind of is.
Yeah. Vocal scatting has no place at a party. However, if you're a fan of the word but not the meaning, I have great news for you.
Okay, so anything else that you want to accomplish over the course of the night before people start waking up?
I don't think so. Let me quickly check my list of leads. Yeah, no, that's good for now.
I will point out that the fact that you haven't heard back from Dangolf
Oh, is
maybe
concerning?
may mean that. Oh no, but I mean it also just might mean he doesn't have any sending spells left,
Mm.
right?
Sounds like a
He's calling
Dangolf
cards
problem.
out.
Yeah. No, but the point is that if that's true, then all you really need to do is wait for the
Morning.
next morning,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right? Because that's when you get to choose your spells.
He's got to
when
have a
you're
little
wizard.
nap.
I'm
Oh,
sorry, Dangolf's on the friends and family plan, and I know every 24 hours my text allowance renews, and in future it would be better.
These are Canadian sending scrolls. The data
Yeah.
rates are so lousy.
Oh.
And you only get 25
Really-
words.
Yeah, it's real bad.
A really dating myself FidoNet joke, but I'll maybe I won't. I'll just send out a wink to all the people who are, over 40. Actually, do even most 40 or FidoNet would have been the 80s. Anyone who was really online in the 80s.
Oh wow, jeez.
No.
Jeez.
A long, long
No, I
time
don't
ago.
think I got internet until the very early 90s.
FidoNet
Yeah,
was
ham
like that
radio
thing
for
over
me.
when you used the phone lines and it went overnight. So you did your internet, you do your chat boards and stuff, and then the next day all the posts show
Oh.
up because they send it all over the phone
Oh.
lines in the middle of the night when no
Wow.
one's on the phone.
That
I'm
is
a
that is
MIRC
archaic.
baby.
Yep.
The things that people used to do to suck a little bit of internet through a straw.
Right?
It's just
Yeah, right. Sometimes I feel like we should go back to those days. Like we might
Yeah.
all be better off.
Yeah, if you
Let's
have to,
just
you know, when you
not
have to
have
wait a
internet
day
all
for
the
your
time.
post to show up,
yeah.
You
it's
gotta think
actually not
about
a
it.
bad idea.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, I was just going to mention the first poll, which I've already forgotten what it is, but my Shadow DM is on the job.
Oh, is it coming up soon? Because I will.
Yeah, I think we're
turn the
gonna-
chat away.
I think
Oh
we're going
God,
to start the
ICQ
first poll right
numbers.
away.
I don't remember my ICQ number, but I do remember the noises it made.
As we reminisce. So we actually now have better control here. We're going to have a 10-minute poll to give people lots of time to get in on it. So the poll is currently up, and it is running. I apologize to subscribers that you don't get the double votes right now because we're still trying to figure out how to make that work. I think we're close, but we might have a
Technology's
fix
almost
for that
there.
after the break. But for now, it's just a one vote per person. But of course, you can always use channel points or bits to potentially get more votes.
It also looks like our bit tracker is actually working. I can see that it's starting
Nice.
to count up.
Oh, it's not showing though.
Isn't it?
Is it on the screen?
No, it's on my OBS. I have to risk looking at the poll. I'm going to cover the lower half of the screen. Yeah, it's just really small. It's over your face.
It's on my face.
It's over on your bar. We're on the DM screen.
Oh, there it is. Yeah,
Yeah.
I see it now. Cool. Excellent. So for everybody who is thinking of spending bits, just so you know, when you use bits and do your cheering in the chat, we actually are going to show the tracker filling up to another inspiration for the party.
Which
So you can actually
most
see.
of us could use. Fetid, you got to spend some inspiration.
Yeah, Fetid
Yeah,
is up,
that's true.
but everybody else is down.
Yeah.
I need to start making some poor rolls or bad decisions.
Or just
one
spend
of
it on
those
some
two.
fun shit.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm going to do something dumb. Yes.
Exactly. All right. So I see that the poll is moving along. So I will let that vote carry on while we continue for a bit here. So the morning comes. Everybody starts getting up from their long rest. Some people stay in a little longer. Ugna, still no sign. Things must have gone well.
Refresh my memory of this gentleman's name. Was it Hrakgar?
Hrakgar.
Hrakgar. Okay. Cool. Just so I know.
They called him Hrakgar the Terminator, but you really think he just threw the announcer guy just threw that in
He was
there
being
to
generous.
make him sound.
Yeah.
Well, you have a thing, and it just would be
Yeah.
like, it's the Bone Crusher, Ugna Sugar
this
Tusks
guy.
against
Versus Gary.
our buddy Hrak. You know,
If Randy
There's
was
like,
here, he would tell you about the wrestler whose name I forget, who literally was just like, yeah, I'm like Bob. I just come in as the warm up for the big names, so that I didn't even bother to
Nice.
pick a good name. I'm just Kevin.
Yeah.
awesome. But that would
Just my
that would
day
become a
job,
thing, right?
Yeah.
That would be like if
And
you could
Kevin.
do that. I mean, it worked for John Cena.
That's true.
That's true.
Just use your own name. Okay, so yeah, the morning rolls around. A few people maybe sleep in a little bit. I think Ugna hasn't shown up yet. Glorpa might be sleeping in since she woke up in the middle of the night with a crazy dream to share with Copernicus. But you know, Fetid gets up and yawns and stretches and
Centipede
rolls in the
crawls
mud.
out of my mouth. Typical morning for me.
And Tromlin gets up and does his usual morning prayer, doing a bit of praying for his, as you all know, he's got to get his choice in.
God of the day.
As Randy, we did this for those who are new and may not know. Tromlin randomizes which trickster god he prays to every morning, specifically on a list of 30 so that Randy could use his 30-sided dice.
His
I didn't
god du
realize that was
jour.
the motivation. That's good.
I didn't either.
Um,
I was gonna say we should roll for it for him, but I don't know that anybody has one of those.
oh no, I already have
Ooh.
made the
Perfect.
arrangement. That's interesting.
Elon Musk.
Some kind of
Oh, no.
Oh god.
hype train thing has started up in
Oh, really?
Hype train.
mine anyway. I don't know if that is a weird Twitch thing that I am unfamiliar with.
It is a Twitch thing.
Indeed.
Twitch is a great mystery to me, and I'm running the stream, so this is
Yeah,
going great.
Twitch is like, you can look at it one of two ways. You can go, Twitch, it's so mysterious with all these strange Easter eggs that you have to discover as you go along. Or you could just say what you mean by that, which is this has got to be the least user-friendly platform that exists.
The facts are
Anyway.
not great.
You want to talk about like the internet Wild West. So Fetid and Copernicus, you're both there, and Glorpa might best be getting up as well, when Tromlin, doing his 20 minutes or so, 15 minutes that he does where he prays to some random trickster god and gets his spells for the day, is going to suddenly blanch and his eyes fly open wide and he goes, "Oh shit." And then he disappears in a puff of mist.
Seems
That's a problem.
suboptimal.
If Ugna were there, would she say that this kind of stuff happens all the time? Or is this
no,
weird even for him?
No,
Oh,
this is
no.
weird.
Oh no.
I will also note that it's quite a misty morning. The fog is low in the hills and the valleys are full of it, so you can't really see much beyond the walls of the camp, other than the trees that are closest. And even the tops of the trees are lost in the mist. And Traumlin has vanished into the mist. What do you wish to do about this?
Can I? I'm just, for the sake of thoroughness, I want to do a investigation check just to see if there's any sort of trail or
Sure. Looking for traces.
sign of-
Go ahead and make a roll.
Yeah.
And I'll give you
I'm not
information.
expecting much from this, but I feel like I ought to do my due diligence as the ranger.
Indeed.
Probably not going to be very good. It's not bad. 18.
And actually, I'd like an Arcana check from Copernicus as well,
Ooh.
since it's relevant to your interests and knowledge.
It's like some kind of crazy magic's going on here.
Indeed.
Wasted 20s.
Oh.
Yay! Another. I'm marking it down. We were at 7 last game, so I'm going to add that.
It's
to the
ridiculous.
list. So we're at 8.
And my
I just
Arcana-
feel like I'll
You take-
keep
you take
tracking
those
it. Some
20s?
big.
You put them straight in the trash.
Mhm.
Exactly. It's trash 20.
Yeah.
That's what you call it.
So I rolled me at the 30.
Wow.
Yeah,
Holy
nat
crap.
20,
Okay, so-
30.
I'll give you more information than I was going to. All I was going to say was that you recognized a spell if you made a difficulty 15 roll, which you've doubled. So yeah, that was a Misty Step spell. Poll is still going, by the way. I just want to mention that. I think we're well over the halfway.
Cool. Let me know when I can look again. And I will monitor the chat.
Yeah, just a few minutes left. What is this hype train thing? Apparently people can do stuff to build the hype train,
Oh.
which is at 50%. Feel free to gift subscriptions to your friends and neighbors there in the chat if you want to.
I'm gonna Google hype train.
I'm
break.
assuming that somebody in our chat who's more familiar with Twitch than we are
We're all like,
knows what the hype train is.
We're all
There's
olds now.
2 minutes
Old
left
and
on the
out of
hype
touch.
train, everybody.
hype
I don't
train.
know what
Does that
that
mean I need
means.
to turn up my phonograph?
whatever the heck that is. You got probably about a minute left on the.
Oh, I did a quick Google. It's got emote rewards, which I don't think I've set up, but I will, because this seems like a thing that's important. Maybe we have some defaults for you?
I do not know. Well, it's only at 50%, so I don't know. We'll see if it can get there in a minute 20. But feel free to cheer. It's apparently a thing. I don't know.
We're still learning. We're very good
Yeah,
at
I
this.
don't understand these live journals.
Look, if this was ICQ, I could have all kinds of things set up. I knew what I
Yep.
was doing.
And
Then
we're
everything
down to
went
just a few more
changed.
seconds on the votes. I think our poll is nearly done. I'm just watching it. Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah, I guess
Trauma's not there.
Hype Train can be doing a thing. And then the in addition to that, since you rolled a nat 20 and got a ridiculous roll on that, I would like to give you some additional info. I guess about the environment here. So you recognize that this isn't just a normal kind of like northern misty morning, but you recall that you may have riled the Fae in the area up a bit yesterday when you
Yeah.
sent a greater demon to go and harass them. Maybe a connection. In any case, you
Then
recognize that this is maybe not a great day to go just strolling off randomly into the woods.
Also, Misty Step is like, he would still be within sight, right? Because you have a limit on Misty
It's
Step.
a short
unless
range.
It's
It's a
different
short
thing.
range.
Unless it's a different kind of thing that just happened.
No, it's definitely a Misty Step spell, which means he must have like stepped like somewhere nearby. But there's a lot of cover nearby to disappear into because it is the fairy mists, and your Fey-related grand nephew, whatever. I'm gonna call him your fairy godson. Your Fey-blooded descendant has apparently vanished into the fairy mists.
Right, so he's partying in the woods
And
against his will.
oh, I guess the train ended or something.
Oh. Hype train over.
Beep beep.
Oh well, hype trains are a thing, I guess. Maybe
I will
that'll happen
research
again.
them.
Yeah, I have no idea what that was or how it was triggered. But in any case, that certainly has pushed the inspiration counter up quite a bit.
Heck. Oh wow, we're almost 50%.
Yeah.
Dang.
Which is great. In any case, that'll still stick around even if the hype train ain't running. Even if the hype train ain't running, you can still take the inspiration bus.
No.
It's not as glamorous, but it's still good for the environment.
Analogies. Right. So, in the meantime, what was the other thing I was going to do? Oh, right. Fetid was doing
Fetid.
an investigation roll. With your 18, I was going to give you this first one without even a roll. You notice when you go and check out the area where Tromlin was hanging out, first of all, that he left his pack
That
behind.
seems unlike him.
It's still here. But secondly, right where he was kneeling, lying on the ground in the dirt, you find a single coin, or what looks like a coin. It's metal and round, but it is jet black with a dark purple color all around the edges.
I'm gonna try biting it because that's what you do when you see a coin. You bite it to see if it's real.
Is it chocolate?
Or
Accurate.
hopefully chocolate, yeah.
Hurts
Yeah.
your teeth.
Ideally.
Okay, it hurt my teeth.
Yeah, it is in fact made of steel, so it's probable that it's like you don't even like. It's the whole thing where you're supposed to try and make a mark in the gold or something.
Yeah, it doesn't even.
But it's like they actually say. I read an article once where it's like the opposite of what people think. People think you bite the coin because if you make a mark in it, you know it's gold. but it's the opposite because gold coins were never made of pure gold. They were always like alloys. If it's a fake coin, it's been made with lead.
Oh, okay. And there's like a
So
gold
it's
That's
foil
what
on
you
the
want to
outside.
sink your teeth into.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
exactly. It's
definitely
not a
something
good
you should
practice.
bite
That's
down on.
chewy. It's good.
But because gold is heavy, they would make fake gold coins by gilding over lead, and because it would be softer than normal, you could bite it and tell. Apparently, according to an article I read once on the internet, which
Now we
obviously
know.
means it's truth.
This
Right?
coin is spicy.
I'm a scientist, and that's absolutely how I expect my students to research their papers.
This coin has made me angry.
Yep. You have a weird,
can I Arcana the
hard,
coin?
angry coin that bit your mouth. Also, looking around, you find no sign of tracks. So
Okay.
it's not like he turned invisible
That's about what I was
and
expecting.
walked away. He definitely did like teleport in some fashion away from that spot. And that's basically
I'm
it.
gonna hand the coin off to Perny, see what he makes of this.
And
It didn't taste like much.
It's important to know. I'm glad we've
Mhm.
checked that avenue. I'll do me an Arcana on the coin separately.
Arcana won't give you much, even without rolling. You've got a good enough roll. I'll just tell you it's not magical.
Okay.
But you can
Like a
certainly
religion.
roll religion.
Oh, okay.
All right.
And you do have a decent religion roll, so
Yeah, I've got a 12.
a total 12. So
Yeah.
you rolled, what is that, a 5?
5, yeah.
You're really not sure.
Oh, damn.
You're
A mystery.
not.
We have like a one
you.
of those little things golfers put down to mark where their ball was, but it's for our rogue
for God.
baker
I owe
instead.
you one road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anyone feel strongly enough about that roll that they want to try and?
Let's
do
say I
some-
have a
Sean?
plus
Bernie's
1, which
staring
is
at this
not
coin.
much, but
Staring.
no,
Can I
I'll
give
go ahead
him
and
an
roll for
inspiration?
religion.
I have 1,000,000 of them.
You can. I believe I established previously that you can spend them 2 for 1 to get someone else a reroll. So if you want to spend 2 of them, you could give a reroll on that.
Oh.
Yeah, why not? I never
right.
use the. I never remember
Alright.
to use the thing, so let's do that.
I will mark that.
Sure. In which case, go ahead and reroll, Copernicus.
That's a 17.
That is
Better.
a lot higher than a 12. That is sufficient. You recognize this as a holy symbol of the Dark Lady Shar, the Drow Mistress of the Night, the wicked trickster goddess of the Underdark, goddess of darkness and shadows. This is her symbol.
How do the Fae feel about her?
The Drow and Elven gods are very much Fae gods.
Okay.
So, like most of the major Fae gods are some variation of Elven god. Like Sylvanas is an elf, basically, and so on. So effectively, this is a Fae deity.
Can I try?
A Fae-like deity.
Sending a Perninet message to Tromlin and saying, "Are you okay? What happened?" Well, yeah, but in slower Pernier voice.
You will get the. There was a brief delay, in which you're like, "Did that work?"
Mhm.
Nothing.
Okay.
And then you get a rather hurried. I'm fine. I have to do a thing. I'll explain later.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, while the Grand Nephew's away, the Grand Funkle will play.
I quite like
the expression.
the
That
fairy
never ends
godson.
well.
I'm gonna use fairy godson
Mhm.
just all the time because he's Fey-blooded. It just works.
Solid.
And he's full of gods. Just chock full.
Dripping with gods.
So I think I'll tell the group, well, I've managed to get a hold of our friend Tromlin.
As you say that, Ugna comes walking up to the fire.
And it seems that he is...
Hey everybody, how's it going? Oh.
I go to like elbow you in the side, but I really only reach up to like your calf.
You're like
so I'm,
just shoving me in the
kinda-
leg.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Yeah. Oh, where's Tromlin?
He
Good question.
left suddenly and magically
Oh.
to go deal with something, which is just as well, because during the night, Glorpa had one of her visions that have so far helped us
Oh.
understand some of what we're tied up in here, and it seems that Lord Boltrey, back in town, has been told of Tromlin's presence by someone, we're not sure who, but that is really selling him up the river. So perhaps it's better he's in hiding for a little bit.
Great.
That's bad, right?
It's definitely
Doesn't seem
bad.
very good. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, wait. I think he told me. They were, like, related somehow, right?
Yes. Lord
Oh.
Boltrey is, most of the family, as I understand it, would like him.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, you're the exception.
Oh.
I assume you don't want him dead.
Oh, very much so. He's a good lad.
He is. He's a good guy.
Baker.
So I think it's best for now that we carry on without him. But if anyone has something to ask him or a message to check in with him, I
Oh.
can. Happy to send it on your behalf.
Oh, nice. A little postcard.
Hmm.
So, Ugna, did you shag rat that guy?
Shagrat. Oh.
Shagrat is a
Oh.
verb.
You mean Hrothgar? Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we went over there. His buddies were all like, getting him a little liquored up. They knew what was coming. But
Yeah.
we sat down, we had a few drinks and a chat first, and like, turns out he's a lot younger than we thought. I mean that happens a lot when you're big. Like everyone assumes you're older than you actually
Get
are.
that all the time.
Yeah, and then so we got talking anyway, and like it actually turns out like he had a real bad childhood and stuff. I mean, I guess if you wind up working for a bandit camp, and I mean one thing led to another, and he kind of like confided in me, and we stayed up real late talking, and then he said just like take his bunk. He'd sleep on the floor, so that was fine. It was a good night, but like
Boring.
nice guy.
Boring.
I was hoping he'd sleep on your floor, but that's cool. That's real nice that you had a good time.
Yeah, it was a good night.
That's great. All
Good
right.
friend.
Nice. Hey, all right. Hey, what was his name again?
Hrothgar.
Yeah. Gar.
He
Good
didn't really
name.
know his parents either, so I mean we have a lot in common.
Oh. All right. I'm glad you had a good time.
Yeah. He made me breakfast. Oh, I mean, we
Ah,
kind of just got
all
the camp breakfast, but it was good.
right.
No breakfast.
Yeah.
Brought it
Is
to
I
you.
guess.
Is there any more of that breakfast left? I feel like
Nah.
Probably.
I'm very torn between being worried about Tromlin and wanting to go eat all of the leftovers.
Well, I mean, there was a big
You know
pot
what?
of it.
I think Tromlin would understand that I would prioritize leftovers, and he'd sigh and he'd say, "Okay, so I'm gonna go do that." Oh, hi,
He'd
Ellie.
hand you like a fresh biscuit out of
Ollie
his pocket,
Cam.
probably.
Ollie Cam. Ollie Cam.
Up dog.
Mhm.
Oh. They can't see Ollie in the
Oh, is
because
it cropped out?
he positioned
Ah.
himself perfectly
Aw.
behind your avatar.
Oh no,
Oh, yeah,
he's
he's
hiding
hidden.
behind Fetid.
He's literally hiding behind your fetid avatar. It's quite funny.
It's just a little bit.
There's our boy.
Ollie Pan.
So what are we
No,
doing today?
no.
I remember there was like a wizard or something, and also like maybe Sal's in trouble, because like my mom sent him something even though she's dead, and then there was bad guys. There was a guy in town I was going to talk to.
Oh, yeah.
He was a bounty hunter. But I'm up for anything.
A lot going on.
Oh.
Waiting to hopefully hear back from our wizard buddy. Refresh my memory. Where did we leave things off with the leader of this bandit camp?
I think
Last
we were.
night.
Yeah, if you got it in character, go for it.
Yeah.
If you need me to refresh, just ask.
So the quick summary, which I'll do out of Perny voice, just to make the information faster, is I think that we had basically said we need to figure out where Shaylin Tark is and either kill
Right.
her or figure out how to sever them from the magic
Okay.
that
Yeah.
they're
Okay,
using.
yeah.
That's helping them advance quickly. We also like might want to bring more people into our alliance to like fight back against them if it's going to involve more people.
Yeah,
But
because
I
it was
think
like
that
a
we've
big
all
camp. It was probably more than we could fight on our own.
yeah.
Mhm. And
But also, if we
especially
can-
since they have like magical friggin' warlock
Yeah.
raven things. Yeah.
Like 6 of their warriors just about took out Ugna, so
But if we can take out Shaylin, then that might be the end of them organizing this way, or it might be that like whatever they've dark forces they've allied themselves with, we'll just pick a new puppet. So, not sure. Not sure.
huh.
And did Shagrat? I know he has like a solid map that shows all of their base locations that they move
Yeah.
between. Did he say like this is where he thinks Shaylin is at a particular?
I believe that the idea was going to be that his he knows sort of like where some of the most well defended camps are that she's likely to be, and they were talking about sending scouting either magically. I believe it was mentioned. You guys were talking about your options because it's like Fetid has his ability to send a bird that he can look through, or they could send various other kinds of. I can't remember if you were talking about any scrying options you might have. I think you were talking about the wizard potentially enlisting his aid in scrying.
Yeah.
And just generally, it was basically discussed that it would not be too difficult to figure out which camp Shaylin herself is at. I can't remember if I may have said that Shagrat just told you or whatever, but like either way, it's very straightforward for you to find out.
Okay.
Not as easy to completely just hide yourself in the woods when you have an army.
True.
So the way I see it, we either need to take care of her directly or find more allies in holding back the tide of attacks. But I fear that it may be too late to assemble the numbers to stop them at this point.
Well, I mean, there's just a few of us, and their camp's got a lot of people in it. Like, if it was a one-on-one kind of thing, we could call her out. That'd be different. But I don't know. I don't know about magic. Like, do they have like magic defending themselves or something?
Probably, they're probably very careful with their leader. So we would need some kind of ruse or
Maybe we should
shenanigan.
try and find the wizard then.
I do think that Dan Golf's counsel would be most helpful.
Also, you can do the thing where you talk to people, right?
Yeah, only some people, but yes.
Oh. Which people?
Well, with my book, I can talk to all of you who have so kindly signed it for me. But
you can?
With
Cool.
with our, I think, do we have 1 scroll left or 2 of sending?
I think you had 2 in total, and you've used 1.
Okay.
I could be wrong. It might have been 3.
I think we got 3, and I can't
Yeah, I
remember
think we
if
have
we used
3.
1 or 2.
Okay.
I don't remember how
Yeah.
many.
Right. Then you've got 2 left. You've only used 1.
Yeah. But with these, we can I can contact anybody who, or any of us who can use magic can contact anyone who we know personally and send them a message. Anyone that we've met.
Okay, because I gotta warn Sal that his son's here, but that also like bounty hunters might be coming for him. Because I mean, Tom said that whatever my mom sent Sal was dangerous or something, or at least people
I
want it.
think instead of using a sending scroll, we should use one of my animal buddies to do that because those are a less limited resource.
That makes
And they're
sense too,
cool.
because I can't do magic, and I don't think you know Sal. Traumlin could have sent it, but he's not here.
So that
Well,
actually
yeah,
is a
if
very straightforward idea for Fetid because you know Mud Hollow very well, so you can send rather than trying to worry about giving a decent description of a place, of a person or place to the bird, you can just send your message to the Quaggles and have them instructed what to do.
Well, let's do that then.
I'm sure whatever kind of nasty bird you summon would
Yeah, I'm
very
just gonna,
easily
like-
find Quaggles.
I'm just gonna grab the first one I see. It's gonna be like some gross woodpecker, or just like a very very annoyed owl that I've woken up early in the morning.
Did you know that blue jays
yeah.
molt their entire head?
Oh no!
Yeah, when they molt, they just like everything from the neck up's just gone, and then they grow it all back.
That's
all
embarrassing.
at once.
I was picturing you
I'll have to
grabbing
keep
like
my eye out this
a
fall then. see if I can
vulture-headed
see any.
blue jay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't think I've ever seen a bald blue jay.
Old blue jay.
Yep.
Or to make it more Canadian, it'd be a whiskey jack.
Aw,
Oh,
I like whiskey
I know
jacks.
that
Just
one.
a mangy gray jay. Yeah, it's what they chose for
They're
the
not humble.
the Canada bird is like it was the most boring of the choices, the gray jay. But then whiskey
No.
jack is like a far
Whiskey
better
jack's
name.
pretty good.
Yeah.
That is a
yeah,
good bird name. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds
It
like
definitely-
bird
You find like a-
season shit.
Yeah, you find a mangy mid-molt whiskey jack, and you don't have to spend any spell slots today on this because Speak with Animals and Be Sense are both ritual spells, so you can just spend 10 minutes prepping and go, hey, bird, come here for a bit. Or sorry, not Be Sense. You're not doing Be Sense. You're sending a message.
Yep.
Right, so you do have to spend one slot because you do
Yeah.
animal friendship
Mhm,
to
mhm.
basically charm the Boyd
Yeah.
and get it to carry your message.
Void is the void.
And is that feeling having to trick people into being your friends?
It's less like if you use Speak with Animals, I would let you just sort of like befriend an animal just through like conversation.
Being
But
charming.
if you're trying to get an animal to do like a special task that is outside of its normal activities,
Yeah, this bird is
then
going
you
too far out
you
of
need to
its
do a
way.
charm spell. It's not even so much. I kind of seeing it more as a magical way to get it on task, because like if you make friends with like the birds, like yeah, we love this guy, and then you're like, hey, could you like fly like 100 miles that way and drop off a note for me? They're sort of like, sure, we like you, we'll do whatever you want, and then just go about they continue to hop around on
My
you and
birds love me very much,
eat
and I would
things.
not trust Meg with anything. She would forget in about 2 seconds.
Mm,
yeah. So I'm more or less treating it as a get animal to do a thing.
It just sets like
Makes
a
sense
magical
to me.
reminder in their little brain where they're, oh yeah, I should
Yep.
be doing that thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh look, a shiny thing. Oh, I gotta do that
I
other
could
thing
use
now.
one of those.
I know. I was gonna say
It's
that
a better
sounds
way
like-
of doing it. The animal messenger spell is so weirdly specific. I much prefer doing it this way through the animal friendship spell. Okay, so yeah, you send a note. What do you want to put in this note?
Tell me what to tell the bird.
Okay, Tom is at the camp of the bandits. He got captured, but we freed him, which is good, but he's gonna have to stay here for a while, which is bad. But he's okay. We'll try and get him home at some point. But he said that you sent a message, that my mom had sent you a thing, and he got because there's a bounty on his head because he was carrying that thing, they thought. But you have it, so maybe you're in danger. So be safe.
All right.
Hey, so this is a
I finish
written.
writing that in tiny,
No.
tiny letters on an acorn with the tip of a dagger, and then I grab the bird and I stuff it down his throat, and I let him go.
I
Say that'll probably work.
I could enchant the acorn to say that out loud too, like a screamer.
Ooh.
Do you want to like do
Yeah.
a magic mouse spell on
I
the
wanna magic
acorn
mouse
just
the
while this is
acorn.
happening? Just
Right.
So when it gets
overfed
bombed
shoulder.
into Spell's place, it's just suddenly and I'm gonna do my best. I don't know if it has to be me who says it or like I can have Ugna speak into the mic, but I'm gonna do my best Ugna impression if it has to
a
be me.
gray jay talking in
Verbatim.
Uber's voice would be terrifying and amazing.
Yep.
Yeah, magic mouth I think is just on an object.
Yeah.
Ugna does not find it at all weird that you've got her to talk into an acorn and then shove this acorn into a bird. This is
I mean,
magic,
yeah,
right?
this is
That's
this
how
is
magic
pretty
do.
benign as far as Uncle Perny activities
Yeah.
go. So, and the fact
No
that
blood on
I'm
this
involved
one.
just makes it seem even more legit.
Yeah, it says 25 words or less, but whatever.
Okay.
Yeah,
you can-
we'll
you can
summarize
condense-
that.
You
Ugna
can
doesn't do that.
summarize that in 25 words or less because it was
Yeah.
pretty rambling.
Yeah. Or we could just do 2 acorns.
The bird's like,
I like the idea that
Time.
you cast this over Fetid's shoulder and they don't know that this is going to happen. And just carve these like illegible tiny letters into an acorn, and it's just impossible to read. And you're just like, okay, zap.
Yep.
I also
Throw that
like
on
that
there.
if we send 2 acorns, they're gonna go off at the same time. So
It's just
gonna be
talking
Yeah.
over herself.
What?
double
We get like a cool stereo
Yeah.
chorus effect.
I'm sure that they do like D&D concerts that way set up.
Mhm.
Yeah. I
Magic
once,
note.
very brief aside, I once assassinated somebody by casting explosive ruins on the same note in a piece of sheet music on a bunch of different copies of it, and sent a choir to like sing an apology at someone's house, and then the entire choir exploded at the exact same
Great.
synchronized moment in the
Good.
piece of music. And I blew up their entire house, and I was very proud of myself.
Very good.
Well done.
Yeah.
Dungeons and Dragons, everybody.
Yep.
Okay.
Explosive
Hey guys, I have
choir.
an idea for how we can kill Shaylin Tark.
I was
Do you
gonna
think she likes
say.
Carolyn?
Wait. Why don't we just hang out at the camp and come up with ways to like accomplish our goal from here? We're waiting for Tromlin anyway.
Yeah.
We're rich in ability.
He's gonna get back from wherever he is, and we're gonna be like, all right, so listen, we figured it out.
We're gonna build a
rent a
giant
crane.
wooden horse.
We need
Yeah.
we need there to be a drought so that there's no
Uh-huh.
water, and then they will drink Glorpa,
Uh-huh.
and Glorpa will turn into a horse.
This is amazing. This
Oh, I
is
love
the
this
Ant-Man
now.
goes up Thanos' butt of our
Yep.
cinematic universe.
Yep.
Yep.
Trash Heroes. The Trash Heroes
Rube
Cinematic
Goldberg of
Universe.
D&D.
THCU.
So in all seriousness, if we got Shaylin Tark to drink Glorpa, and then Glorpa
Is that a
polymorphs, what would
plan?
happen?
It doesn't work that way.
Oh
When-
shit!
when
Yeah,
Glorpa's,
maybe she's single. Is there like a bandit camp like Tinder that we can find?
More
'Cause
like
if we could
Bandit
get
Tramp.
you two to match.
Bandit Tramp.
Mhm.
Tramp.
I know I missed a good
So
one.
we have to lure
Well,
her out
that
on
probably
dates.
is a thing, right?
Yeah.
Bandit Tramp probably is a euphemism for a particular type of person that was by the camps.
I was so sad when I found out that the urban legend about the word hooker is not actually
Oh,
true, because
right.
it was like my favorite bit of Civil War trivia.
Oh, I
I
didn't know
don't
this
think
one.
I know what this.
Yeah, the urban legend is that sex. One word for sex worker is hooker, because back in the U.S. Civil War, the Union had a General John G. Hooker, who was a bit of a philanderer. And it got to the point where, as a joke, people started referring to the women following the army around, the sex workers, as hookers girls, which then got shortened to hookers, and that's where the term came. But
Oh, yeah.
apparently this is apocryphal. I was very sad because it was a really good story.
That is a
Boo.
good story.
Mhm.
Turns out that's apocryphal.
Yep.
So many words like that.
Do you think the people in the camp know much about Shaylin that we could ask
Oh yeah.
The
Worth
locals.
asking.
about
Mhm.
Who's
anything
she
about their
into?
preferences, her preferences?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Start
What's
asking around.
Shaylin like?
They,
Of
I
the
mean, they
garbage
used to
people
work. She
assembled
used to
here,
work with
who's their
them.
type?
Some of them
Yeah.
probably
Mm.
know her.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
if you
that's
ask
right.
around, you will find that some of them. I mean, you can talk to Shagrat himself too, who also
That's
knows
true.
her.
Yeah.
But yeah, she was like, cause she started out as just joining the bandits.
This dumb
and,
idea
like,
is actually a really good idea.
Yeah.
Uh huh. Also, we don't have Tromlin. I just feel like we should do something ridiculous
We
instead.
should, yes,
of, like
correct.
using the adult in the room.
Yeah, we've lost our straight man for the session, so
Okay, so if you want to start asking around,
Yeah, definitely.
starting
To
with
say our
Shagrat
straight man
himself.
who's maybe our only non-straight man.
mhm.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's kind of very much not a straight man. But you head over to like where the food is being assembled for the morning. There's a giant iron cauldron full of boiled mixed grains, like a very generic oatmeal-y, porridgey thing. It might even be a pottage where it's like boiled grains and meat together.
Sorry for the derail, but have you seen this thing going around? It's like basically it's called Huel, as in fuel for humans, but it's literally just like gamer gruel. It's like puppy chow, but for people.
Nope.
It's worth looking
Nope.
up. It's pretty amazing.
They're like, what if Soylent
really
but
good.
texture?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you want
That's
texture
exactly what it
Soylent?
is.
What if
Yeah,
we branded
Bachelor Chow from Futurama.
Yeah, what if we branded Soylent as like Monster Energy drink? Like,
Oh,
let's
Yeah,
God.
basically.
bring those
Ugh.
forces together.
Terrifying.
I'm gonna guess that Rich Stevens has already bought it and eaten it.
Oh man, yeah,
Maybe.
that seems likely. We should ask him.
Yes.
But yeah, there's like various chunks of game boiled up with random mixed grains to make like a proteinaceous oatmeal breakfast material.
Oatmeal.
Yep, what they used to call pottage.
Mm-hmm.
Where you just throw everything in a pot and boil it till it's stuff that you can eat. And of course, that means there's like lots of like gristly chunks and other garbage lying around that Fetid is like,
Oh,
I'm just gonna throw that away.
Wasn't
good
Grizzly
stuff that
Chunks
nobody
one of your
eats for
wrestling
some
friends,
reason.
Ugna?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Gristly
chunks.
chunks.
Grizzly chunks.
All right, I'm writing that down.
Oh, yeah.
Grizzly Chunk sounds like a goblin. He's
Yeah.
just the biggest.
It's got to be
goofiest
something
goblin.
big. Got to be like a bugbear or something.
Mm,
Oh, bugbear.
A big
Yep.
fat bugbear.
yep.
Mm.
Gristly chunks.
Mhm.
Grizzly chunks.
A bugbear who is also a bear.
Yep.
Grizzly. Oh, that's better. Grizzly. I was
Grizzly
doing
chunks.
gristle-y,
Yeah.
but grizzly.
He's definitely a bear then. He's got like a
Yep.
big
Yeah.
beard
He's a bugbear for
Mhm.
sure.
and like
Yeah.
big old
Mhm.
hairy forearms.
Yep.
Excellent. Good. Thanks for rating my NPCs for me.
But yeah,
And so
around the,
Shagrat is there by the fire, and you can go and chat with him.
and Uncle Perny will take a bowl of the gruel so as to appear human, but he'll like kind of put it up to his mouth and then just put it back in his bowl.
Just raising and lowering the spoon, not
Yeah.
actually putting it in your mouth.
Normal human living things. Mm.
Mm.
That we all do to sustain our normal
Delicious
bodies.
nutrients.
Oh, hey, good morning, Shagrat. How's it going?
Crazy about the mists coming in. Make sure you don't. If you wander off, you're real likely to get lost. So maybe stay in here for. Usually it burns off by midday or so, but there's a lot of fairies out there.
Really, fairies. Definitely. Yeah, haven't run into any trouble with them at all. Ever. Great.
They got some good drugs though.
I mean,
Yeah.
hypothetically, they do.
Hypothetically.
Hey, these guys
I've
are
heard.
cool. I saw their storeroom.
Oh, that's right. Forgot about that.
Oh,
Hey, so Shagrat,
what do you want to know?
Shaylin was like she worked for you, right? So you knew her pretty good.
Yeah, I recruited her.
Well, what's she like?
Hmm.
I mean, she's pretty slick, pretty fast. She's actually just going to pull up my file so I don't contradict what I've said before, because it's. I was about to say she's an elf, and I'm trying to remember if that's actually correct. There
I didn't write it down.
she is. Nope, I was wrong. No, she wasn't an elf. So he was like, yeah, I mean, like, she's fast. She's a good tracker, which is why I, she was like selling furs or something that she brought in out of the wild in town for a while. She knew the hills pretty well, and could take care of herself, so figured she was a good ad. Out of character, you pretty much get the idea that she's like, if not a ranger, then something very similar.
Was she part of one of them like hill tribes? Like them? Perny, what were those guys called?
Oh, are we talking about the Night Slayers, or are we talking about something else? Just
These are the guys that attacked us at the waterfall.
the Night Slayers. I mean, it sounds like she. When did she go over to join them?
She didn't go over to join anyone. She like started so she was working for me for like over a year. And I mean, she was really capable. She was a good leader. So I started giving her more and more responsibility, right? And she, people started listening to her. And eventually they started, I don't know if someone put the idea in her head. There's always been, like, people get too big for their britches and figure, maybe I should be running this operation. And when that happens, you got to put him down. But so maybe somebody put the idea in her head. Maybe it was all her. I don't know. All I know is she was really charismatic and she was able to get a faction on her side. And at first I didn't think too much about it because it wasn't that big of a faction. It was mostly like new folks. And, it's a big deal. But I'm the one who's got, more of the connections. Like if I need to bring in some extra muscle, come up from like Karsh or from out of Ravenfall or wherever, I can do that. But suddenly she had this like crazy magic, and she had these crazy maniacs from out of the hills coming and joining with her. And the next thing you know, it's, looking like a good idea to side with her, and we lose even more guys. Right? So, it busted our operation in half, right? Like, everyone who figured that she's the up-and-comer and the one to follow, they went off with them.
Did you ever think that maybe she was trying to do that from the beginning, like when you recruited her?
I don't think so.
Oh, so it was a plan she came up with later.
I don't think when I recruited her, she was like living wild, like eating stuff she like caught herself in the wilderness and bringing in a few like pelts for trade when she could. Like she wasn't doing great. Like she wasn't starving to death or anything, but she wasn't like, I don't think there was a lot of ambition there.
She have any friends in camp that didn't go with her? Like somebody who knew her real close?
I mean, I think everybody who knew her, everybody that she made like real friends with went with her, obviously. But like,
oh yeah,
there's people. I mean, there's some people you could talk to who might know some stuff that, like, I run things around here. Like, there's other people who went on missions with her and stuff like that that might have some knowledge that you could use.
You have a hunch
I'll
that
ask around.
I think the better we can get to know her and what motivates her, the better we can understand how to get her alone. Because if we're going to find out whether or not we can stop her without killing her, or if we need to have a well-timed shot to put an end to this, we need to know how to get her alone. So, do you know if she, when the attacks come from the Night Slayers, does she come with them or does she hide on the back line?
I mean, most of the attacks that haven't been a lot of survivors. That's kind of the whole point, right? So I have no idea. The few times that we've come out, like that whole thing the other day, we basically set up an ambush and tried to pull one over on them. We've done that a few times. I haven't seen her or have had a report about her those times, but I don't know, you know, like, yeah, I mean, some other stuff about her. She's like big on the bow and arrow, so that might mean she's there, but she was hiding in the trees somewhere, you know, taking shots. She likes to wear black. She has black hair. She likes to put that black stuff on her face, on her lips.
Aw.
She wears an ankh.
Everybody's thinking hot. Oh, nice. Good.
She draws
Wait.
a little curl
She
here with some
does.
eyeliner.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, a little
Yep.
little mascara curl.
Hmm.
Did you ever hook
Um,
up with any of your cohorts and have a bad breakup along the way? I don't know if you'd know that or
You can
not.
ask around, but I don't. I got
We
a
will.
don't ask, don't tell policy around here. I don't want to know what's going on. I don't want to know what goes on in people's tents.
Maybe we could challenge her to an archery contest, and then when it's her turn, we murder her.
This is
I'll dress
foolproof.
as a stork.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll dress as a fox dressed as a stork.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Can't go wrong.
I mean, I could make friends with the fox to do the whole fox dressed as a stork thing for us,
It's
and then while
literally
they're all
just a
Train
distracted
fox.
by that,
It's
like,
an
what
actual
the fuck
fox.
is this fox dressed as
It's
a
just
stork?
a
That's when
mangy
we
fox.
stab.
I like your plans.
We're getting some good
Shagrot
ones.
says he can he'll ask around or like send one of his people to ask around like anyone has anything else that they can tell you. And
Cool.
like later today when he gets that information, he'll pass on to you so you know who to talk to.
We want
Have
like the
you-
gossip rag of everything going on here.
Have you tried infiltrating her ranks, sending someone in as an informant? Anything like that?
Not really, mainly because I mean it was an idea. Like we early on when she was like forming this faction, I didn't think it was that big of a deal, right? So we were just like, right, they've run off to one of the other camps. We're just going to go out there and put them down. I went off into the woods. But, you know, then these crazy fanatics out of the woods, right, came out of the north, started working for her. So, you know, we're not going to find volunteers who are willing to go put themselves in that kind of situation. And anyone who sort of did run off, stayed run off. Like, I don't know that I would have anybody that I would trust to run off to there and not just turn around and join their side. That is someone I would
Eve.
want to risk losing,
Wow.
right? I mean, yeah. But anyway, I'll send my guys around and figure if there's anybody who chummed up with her more, I'll get them to come and talk to you.
I have 10 hard candies as a prize for anyone who can come up with an idea for how to get her in the open.
Okay, I guess I'll send that word around too.
Good job,
Okay.
Fernie. Gotta bait these kids.
Yeah. I'm gonna.
Carrot and stick.
I feel like there was a stump near the fighting circle, and I'm gonna go put 10 hard candies out on the stump so people can see what they're fighting for here.
Bowl in a little
10
bowl.
hole.
Yeah. Motivation 101.
Nice.
It's actually somebody's skull, but
Yeah.
it's fine.
So yeah, it's like a really nicely formed bowl, but it's like the top of a skull cut, it's flipped over,
Nice.
sanded flat on the bottom.
Mhm.
Nice. So you guys head back to your little your little camp spot with Tom. When you get over there, Tom, there's a sort of grizzled-looking older goblin fellow.
Grizzly Chunks! He appeared
it's not.
already!
It's not Grizzly Chunks. He's a bugbear, and he's a wrestler. Maybe he's related to him. But he's like this guy's like big tufts of gray hair coming out of his big goblin ears. He's he's got a nose that's been broken at least twice, all crooked. Just rough looking guy. He's wearing a leather apron. And he's got some tools, like some sort of smith or wright. And he is chatting with Tom about how they're going to set up. Tom's sort of like, well, I mean, you guys don't have any kind of real fire. Like we can't, I can't make serious dwarfen armor or anything like that without a proper forge, but we can definitely set something up and do some fixes on some of this junk you guys have.
What would it take to build a forge?
I mean, stone and like really good fuel, like good hard charcoal, and then you'd need like proper bellows, and I mean, I'd need a team. Like, you can't just.
Well, you got bandits.
I mean, he's like looks around like you've just. He looks like it's like you've seen the same look on Tromlin's face when you've been like, why don't we make a cake? Like when you're out, like journeying somewhere, and he's like, I have like no ingredients. Like we just have flour.
But you're
and you're
so
like,
good at this.
But you can get eggs from like birds. There's birds here.
Is there some honey?
And it's like the look that he gives you. Yeah, the look that he would give you in that circumstance is the look that Tom gives you now.
Look. It's fine.
When you suggest that he uses the bandits as like to replace his team of dwarven smiths.
Maybe they will enjoy learning an honest trade.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah.
I mean, it won't be like the best quality stuff, but. And so, while you are having this little chat, actually, first I was going to ask you if there was anything more that the group wants to discuss amongst yourselves now. I don't know. I think you shared the details of Glorpa's vision.
I haven't shared the half where where Diomedes is being pulled in, but I think I did mention that. Yeah,
you just tell us that Boltrey is there.
Yeah, he knows that Tromlin's here and wants it dead. But yeah, I guess I'll add in that. And our friend Diomedes, it seems that he is now on Lord Boltrey's radar, and I worry for his safety. He's done us nothing but kindness, and we have brought him nothing but grief.
Oh, jeez.
Maybe I should burn another spell slot and send another bird full of screaming acorns to let him know.
I think it's already too late.
Shit.
Oh no.
Full of screaming
Should
acorns.
I go to sleep?
Is he like dead? I hope not.
No. But I think that he is. I would guess by now a guest of Lord Boltrey, whether or not he wishes to be.
Oh.
Did you get Diomedes to sign your book?
I did not.
You also have a limit. There's a set number of people you can have in the book. It's actually technically a dumb limit, and I expanded it to be the group
party. Yeah.
Because I think it was like 3 or 4 or something, and I was like, how about it's exactly all of the group, so you can get everybody.
Makes sense.
It's PernyNet.
Yeah.
Once a day, a demon downloads into your brain. It's fine.
No side effects of installation. So yeah, I can sign you up. The contract lasts forever. and the payment
Only
terms are
costs your soul. Yeah.
So the same as all cell phone networks, really.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, so while you're sort of chatting about this, maybe even considering whether it might behoove you to make a trip back to Stormhill between this this bounty hunter and the situation with Diomedes and Lord Boltree. But while you're discussing this matter, you suddenly hear a voice.
Alrighty.
And the voice in your head says, "Hello, it is I." Hang on, I gotta count my words. It is I, Dangolf, the wizard. Waste all those words here.
That's like
Can you
7.
not reply to me? I must know your location, that we may confer about these matters. There, that's exactly 25.
Sorry, limited data plan. We are at the Shagrat Scarfang's bandit camp and I'm going to give a rough description of where we are.
How about you make me a roll, because this is this kind of geography is not your forte.
Well, I'm going to do a long pause before I give the description, so if anyone with better nature knowledge or geography knowledge wants to chime in to
Yeah,
give
I
a better
can-
description, I can pass that on. So
Yeah.
we are
Would that be
located
nature?
at...
Sure.
Or
Well,
would-
first I'll get Copernicus to make me a
Survival.
nature roll.
Or can I... Is it... Nature's
Nature
better
or
than
survival would both be better, but nature's better for you.
Okay, so then 17 with my bonus.
Oh, excellent. Okay. You start giving, like, you're like, the hill near the bend in the road, and Fetid kind of chimes in and is like, oh, there's like a valley, a forested valley, like 2 hills south and 1 east, or sorry, east-west of the of that big one you can see right from the, and basically you start parodying this. You probably run out of words like in the middle of it, but like it's a middle of an embellishment. Like you're just sort of going, and then there's a ravine just north, and then there, so you get as much out as you can in your 25 words. That 17 roll was decent enough that you managed to sort of give some landmarks.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I want to see if I can like wisdom into like save like 3 words to add a thing to the end. But no, that's fine. We'll just talk about it when he gets here. And then I'm gonna now, before I forget, run and find Shagrat again and let him know that Dangolf the wizard is coming to camp, and he is a friend.
Santa Claus is coming to town.
You also rolled well enough. I think I'm going to give you. You realize that probably the best thing you could do is to have some kind of signal.
Right.
Because you guys are like in the trees, in a forested valley between rocky hills. So you could, for example, go up to the hillside and like start a fire, or get like make some smoke.
Ooh. Ah.
I'm
Get
gonna.
Fetid to
I'll check with
summon some weird owls.
Yeah, when you see the really weird owl, that's where we
Oh.
are.
I guess we
I mean,
could send an animal to guide him to us.
Yeah.
Also an option, yes.
Just like
Yeah.
there'll be like a real scraggly looking vulture. Look for
Yeah,
that.
you just follow that.
Yeah.
You actually can do that with without using a spell slot, Jeff. Fetid could use Beast Sense and just just control an animal.
True.
And then you can just like, I'm going to take this one bird and circle
Mhm.
right in this area, and then watch
Mhm, mhm.
for wizards.
That sounds like a good plan.
You want to pick something particularly notable?
Let's see.
But you give me
What's the
a
most?
Give me a nature roll
Yeah.
or survival, whichever you prefer, and I will use that to determine what you can find.
I'm going to use nature even though it's low because I think that will be funnier.
Survival will
And I'm
do
glad
as well
I did
because
because that is a 7.
Ooh.
So total of 7.
Yes.
Now, if that was a survival roll, that would be a total of 15. So
Yeah.
still not super great, but not terrible.
Mhm.
I'll say that you managed to find an owl. You're looking around for birds, and they just keep, every time you get near them, like you step on a twig and like they fly away, and you're like, God damn it!
Sounds about right.
But then you find a hollow where there's a sleeping owl, and you're like, that one's asleep. I can do my spell. Got it.
Mine now. Now you are me.
Yeah. So you've got like a barred owl.
How fast do wizards travel? Like, is he flying here? Is this
If
He
he's
can
not
fly.
teleport, he can teleport.
Oh.
But
You've seen
Right?
him fly.
yeah,
right? Are we expecting him within the day? Probably. I guess reasonably
Yeah.
for us.
I think we
Just-
could expect him
yeah.
for the day.
summon wizard.
Lorpa could like turn into a fountain at some point, and if we have a rough idea as to, I don't know.
Well, Fetid can certainly let you guys know. So basically, Fetid
Yeah.
is like lying against a tree, drooling
That's
on himself,
right.
while
Mhm.
he's actually up in the owl, sort of like hanging
Mhm.
out, being an owl.
Literally role playing an owl.
Yep. Every once in a while, you see a mouse and you get distracted.
Yeah, it turns out being an owl sucks because they're really dumb.
They're very little brain, mostly eye.
Mostly eye. Not smart.
Instinct.
Very
I'm
few
gonna- I'm
predatory
gonna-
birds are smart.
I'm going to tell everybody a fun science fact, just fun biology fact, because there's a dungeon biologist here, and that's my responsibility. There is a really hilarious series of events that occurred in the UK. I don't remember what decade it was, but it was basically when swimming pools started to become popular. When like personal swimming pools or public swimming pools got popular. And what happened was that there were pools that were open at night for night swimming, and it was just being really popular to go night swimming. And there was a rash of owl attacks on middle-aged men. And it turns out the reason for this is that owls are so instinct-driven, and owls can see into the infrared. And one of the ways in which owls hunt at night is they can literally see the thermal signature of rodents in the undergrowth. And so balding men with wet hair have a warm patch about the size of a rodent surrounded by the cool wet hair at night. And owls were going, small moving thermal
Mousy.
thing must strike. And then the owl would hit a balding man's head and then be like, whoa, this is not what I signed up for, and then go flapping off confused while the person, like, if you've ever seen an owl's claws, like, would have like
They're like,
lacerated
Yeah, it's a good
scalp and go to the hospital. And there was like a whole thing, this article about owl attacks.
It's perfect. I
And
love
it
it.
took them
Owls.
years to
Owls are
figure
so
out
dumb.
what was happening. And it's just because the owls were like, there's a bunch of loud people here, but I see the little red spot that tells me I must pounce.
Mhm.
I want this to be the Mothman origin story.
Uh-huh.
So there's your biology fact for the game here.
Yeah.
Oh, I just saw somebody in the chat. I said it was a barred owl, and so barred owl because
gonna
it's
sing.
D&D,
gonna sing with us.
Hey.
like an owl bard.
Owls have asymmetrical ears. One is high on their head and one is low on their head.
Excellent.
A derby.
They do.
Yeah. It's so they can triangulate sound
They do.
better.
Ah,
Yeah,
that
the
makes sense. How useful.
funky owl face is a radar dish,
Yep.
a sonar dish. That funky owl face is for taking sound waves.
Yeah,
It's
if you ever
what you
want
have to do when
have
you
a
hunt
bad
at night.
day, look at an owl with no feathers on. Not good.
They look
Just
really,
aliens.
really bad.
Mhm.
Okay, so having now had this silent exchange, Copernicus, are you going to let and then you then tell Fetid about
Yeah. Dangolf is on his way, but
sorry,
he
yeah,
mainly died.
you spoke out loud as you were
Yeah.
replying so that Fetid would know to give you more landmarks.
Mhm.
And then Fetid goes and finds an owl, casts his spell, and flies up to kind of hover around the area. Anything the rest you want to do while you're waiting now? You basically have sent up the owl signal
Hmm.
to summon the wizard.
It's probably not smart to do so.
We're just
because,
hanging out.
We are training bandits who will attack regular citizens. But Ugna can't help but help out. So she's gonna go and like do some basic training with some of these bandits with hand to hand. She's like just doing her morning workout. She sees somebody else working out. It's like, oh, your form's all wrong. Hey, here. And then she like ends up teaching a class.
Well, yeah, I mean, Rockgar comes looking for you, and so you quickly, like, him and his buddies are now all like getting like a pit fighting masterclass from the Bone Crusher. Excellent.
Mhm.
And
All
how does
right.
Shagrat take the news that like someone? Because I haven't told him that like Dangolf is working with the
Right.
Bolteries, kind of, or like
Say,
represents the
a
law in some
wizard,
way.
Dangalf is coming.
Yeah.
If all you're doing is telling him, hey,
Yeah.
this wizard named Dangalf is coming,
Yeah.
then he gives you a pretty good opportunity because he'll immediately respond by saying, something along the lines of, "Oh, you're bringing in a wizard? That's probably a good move. This guy any good? Is he got any experience hunting down freaky warlocks and whatever?"
I value his counsel. However, so and who does Dangolf represent? What's the like administrative body that he's a function
Okay,
of?
so there is an order of wizards
Hmm.
that are all sort of they've all got their selected colors.
Hmm.
The Wizard's Veil on the map, which you guys have seen before.
Which I can pull up.
Do you want to pull up the map?
I can
I
pull up
think
the
the
map.
Wizard's Veil. Yeah, you might have to like move the center, like move it
We'll
to
have
the
to zoom
side so that the
out.
Wizard's Veil is visible. But go ahead.
There's the Wizard's Veil.
Yes. And so the tower in the Wizard's Veil is kind of like a library kind of deal. It's basically a place where all of this order of wizards kind of come and go and travel. Glorpa has seen the wizards traveling up the Brownwater, up the river on occasion. I believe I mentioned that in a previous game. I'm just watching your map is now moving. I'm caught up. Just checking to see if it actually ended up on screen.
Yep.
No, it does not appear to have made it on my screen because we're
I-
covering it up. Oh no, you
I've
did
seen
it.
Wizard's Veil, yeah.
There you go. I'm just probably a bit
You're a little
behind.
lagged.
I always seem to be a bit more lagged. Yeah, and so there's like a whole bunch of wizards there who are like advisors to various kings across the world, really, but particularly in the north. And so the king of the north, Nedric Strack,
Hmm.
is particularly known for conferring with the Order of Wizards. But Dangolf is a relative, like low-ranking fellow. Dangolf's main shtick is that he is like an instructor wizard. He trains young mages at the magic school in Mud Hollow.
Okay.
Cool.
So I will say
And
that
so you Yeah, you know of some of the other wizards. I could give you some names if you want them.
That's okay. I don't think they'll be relevant for this
Save that for
conversation.
another day. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll forget them by the time they're relevant. So
Mm.
we'll pull those up.
But he
later.
did say he works for Lord Baltry, right? Or he's like kind of.
I mean, I
You're
think
not sure of the specifics. You talked to him briefly when you guys were fighting, before you guys were fighting the Shambling Mound, the Shimbo.
Oh, Shimbo.
And all you got out of him at that point, all you were back and forthing was that he was there as part of an investigation into Otto's death. And if you'll recall, you actually sent a message back to Mud Hollow about, or not, I can't remember if you actually sent it or if you just talked. I think Tromlin talked to the guards in Stormhill about Otto's death and said we should send word that
Right.
they should
Right.
there should be a murder investigation. And then like the next day is when Dan Galf the wizard showed up.
so. He's like Magic CSI, and probably if he might represent Nedric's interests wherever Nedric needs interests, or was he dispatched from Mud Hollow?
Oh, he was dispatched clearly from Mud Hollow. That's where his school is.
Right,
So
okay.
it may have just been the
And
Baron.
that he was yeah.
It may have just been the Baron in Mud Hollow.
But like, you can sell it to Shagrat however you want.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would say
exactly. He didn't know.
Right.
He's never even heard of this guy.
Yeah.
he is a powerful and wise wizard. However, he does serve as an advisor to numerous politicians and leaders. So I would keep the dirtiest of your business hidden away while he's around, just in case. But for now, he is as invested as we are in putting an end to Shaylin's rampages, so we will treat him as an ally. Glorpa doesn't like him.
Well, he
Oh,
set me
yeah.
on fire too.
Yeah, I didn't like him.
I forgave him. It's fine.
We're
We're still a
you
little
didn't
on
like
the
him at
fence.
the time. I don't know if there's like a lasting impression of any sort.
Well, so
I'm gonna
far
go back and
Glorpa's
see how much-
intuitions have been good. So Perny is putting stock in them and banking those in the decision making about
Thank
that we make
you.
about him.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
check my diary, see what I wrote about him. Oh, there's a
You-
drawing. Oh,
Aw.
Yeah, you didn't like the fact that he threw a fireball into the. He threw a fireball at the Shambling Mound, but Ugna was in the line of fire.
Mm-hmm.
I was just a little on fire. It's fine.
It sounds like you both had a blast with the Shambling Man.
I drew him cross-eyed.
Okay. So yeah, you continue. You have your conversation with Shagrat. You guys, Tom is setting up some kind of makeshift forge so he can do some basic work, patch up whatever they need patching up, and repair armor. And keeps explaining to Shagrat that he can't just like make magic swords in the woods with a fire. While Fedid is circling around with this owl, and in doing so, at one point, you catch a glimpse in the distance of some kind of shining thing in the sky. You're not so far away, you're not sure what it is. You're like, maybe a wizard could have like, if he had like a magic thing going on, he might be all sparkly and
It's a UFO.
flying there. So you sort of start like circling higher and flapping and hooting and trying to like get whatever it is his attention.
Mhm.
And then the next thing you know, there's a crack, like a very localized thunderclap. And Dan Galf the Wizard appears out of nowhere in the mists nearby, near your owl self, and says,
Does he have a visible bald spot?
"No, because of the pointy hats, I'm afraid."
All right.
Yeah.
He's safe for now then.
Excellent.
Although I do know someone's collecting hats.
That's true.
True.
And he says, "Good morning, my good owl."
I hoot at him, and I somehow try to motion for him to follow me as an owl while flying. It's
like one
complicated,
claw.
but
You
Yeah,
do like
yeah.
this with the talons.
hmm hmm
It's very, very cute, but also derpy because owls.
Yep.
Lead the way. And he
All right. I will
Follows-
lead him down to where we're at.
follows you down through the mists and the trees into the camp. And so the rest of you down there by the fire, suddenly an owl comes flying down out of the mists, and following the owl is a flying, dirty yellow-robed wizard. I mean, not that the robe is dirty, but the color is a dirty yellow. Because if you will recall, he is Dangelf the Dun.
Ah, that's right.
I will stop
khaki.
showing them how to do a proper throw and be like, carry on, you're doing real good. Keep it up. And wander back over to wherever else is.
I will stop being an owl.
The owl basically flies away, but then fetid wakes up.
Does Shagrat seem interested in meeting Dangolf? Like, does he seem like he's going to be part of our council, so to speak?
No, in fact, he's very deliberately kind of. Well, actually, no. Because of the way you sold it to him, actually, yeah, probably, because you kind of were like, "Yeah, I am enlisting the help of this wizard to deal with our problem." So he's standing nearby, and he's kind of holding a hand up, and you can see various slightly hidden in the trees, the various guards who have arrows sort of pointed at this wizard that just came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he's just sort of got a hand up to sort of like, "Nope, it's okay. This wizard is supposed to be here." And he flies down to the group.
Hail Dangolf, and well met again. I regret that we parted under such difficult circumstances last time.
Greetings. Yes, indeed.
This is Shagrat Scarfang, the leader of the bandits here, and perhaps the only thing that has been standing between Shaylin Tark and the Night Slayers rolling over
Didn't you say?
more and more territory. So far we have whatever crimes he may have committed in the past with his men, allegedly. I think it's very best that we forget those and leave them in the past, as him and his soldiers have been the only thing keeping the town safe, I would say, as the forces of the Night Slayers grow. Overselling both sides to each other.
I do not understand this. You clearly have much to tell me.
Yes.
We
well,
must- We
Tell-
must
tell me-
confer.
Yes. Tell me the results of your investigation into the murder of Otto Thriftwick first. I'm very curious to know.
You had given us much to go on. I'm trying to remember everything you told them about. The missing documents seem to have no bearing on the business activities of young Thriftwick. All of the records of related to his stores, his business interests, when we questioned his various associates, all of that was present. None of it had been taken. So whatever documents were indeed missing must have been personal in nature.
They were inside a safe, right?
Kinda. They were like, there was a room. There was a locked room that was like the room where all of his, money counting and paperwork was all done. And you had noted at the time that the gold and like no money was taken. Nothing
Yeah.
of obvious value was missing. The documents had been rifled through, and that was it. We have also spoken with many of his business associates, both in Storm Hill and at either end of the road between Ravenfall and Mud Hollow, and we found that there were no particularly interesting or noteworthy transactions that have gone awry. There have nothing beyond this, and he kind of looks over at Shagrat, this matter with the banditry disrupting some of his business, but nothing which we can connect to this murder. It was a magical weapon that did the deed. Damage to the body was primarily magical in nature.
I'm going to pull out the dagger and, like, keeping it mostly wrapped, slightly, like, show Dangolf and say, was it, do you think perhaps a blade like this?
As you expose it, like you hold it in the shadows, there's not much light, but there's still a little bit of like smoke comes off of it like before. It's most curious. No murder weapon could be found. Very much perhaps a weapon of this nature.
We found
Magical.
we found this when our caravan was attacked the night that we pulled in.
May I? He holds out a hand.
Yeah, I'll wrap it back up and be very obvious that I'm covering it, and then hand it to you.
Oh, yeah,
You
if you put
recognize
that-
immediately.
Yeah.
He takes it in his hands, and you recognize immediately that he's casting an identify spell on it. And you're sure he's going to get exact same information. He's actually casting the spell with a slot, so he's not taking 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yes, this weapon or one like it, this spell, I should say, I very much believe was the method. Well, this also fits with my investigations. I very much believed that a warlock of some sort was involved. My divinations had led me to believe that there was patronage of some sort of fey creature or fairy creature drove the magic behind his death.
It would seem that Shaylin Tark's band of bandits has allied itself with...
This band of bandits here.
No, this is Shagrat.
No,
They've
these guys are chill. They're cool.
They're cool. They're the last holdout of cool in this whole forsaken
Uncool
area.
world.
Shaylin Tark seems to have allied herself with some faction of the cult of the Raven Queen, and with those powers combined, and perhaps a little bit of nationalistic jingo around the hillfolk, is amassing an army with numbers, devotion, and magic. And
Army, you say?
And I wonder if it's an army strong
not...
enough to take the entire town. I think we could be getting near that point.
They
Which
fight
is
real
why I
good.
thought it was
They're real
time that
dangerous.
we brought you in for a discussion.
I think you need to tell me more. Let us find some place. He kind of looks around at like all the bandits who've gathered around. They're like, "Oh, there's a wizard or something." Let us speak privately and tell me everything you know.
And it's it's Chaga Khan that this reminds me of, right? Like that whole his whole yeah.
As opposed to Shaka Khan, which would be different.
Yes.
Yeah.
Different guy.
Different. So yeah, so when we go aside, I'll say that what is happening reminds me disturbingly of Shaga Khan unifying the Ravager tribes. Their early victories through stealth magic, there seeming to be some kind of dark force behind and manipulating the entire movement, and I worry about how deeply it's rooted and how far it could go if it's not stopped soon.
Start at the beginning. I know nothing of these bandits. I mean, I have heard that there were bandits fighting one another on the roads that was had led to several deaths, but I had not been briefed on these matters.
Well, Shaylin
I
Tark,
came to Stormhill because a message was received by members of my order. The merchants of Mud Hollow were most upset to learn of the murder, the assassination of young Frithwick. I believe there was some sort of business transaction being arranged by him, that the Merchants Guild was most put out to hear of his death. And so they petitioned Baron Greytower, and he asked that I investigate. He came to see me at the augury and asked that I quickly travel to Stormhill while the trail was still not yet cold, to learn what I could of this assassination. And that is what I have been investigating. I know nothing of these other matters. So, as quickly as you can you tell me what you can of these things? This sounds like a much greater danger than merely the disruption of Merchant Guild business.
I think that Otto's death was one small sacrifice of a piece in a much larger game. And I'll explain that Shaylin Tark was previously a member of the bandit camp here, started her own faction, seems to have allied herself with warlocks, whose patron is probably Fae and probably the Raven Queen, and with their powers, they are starting to attack more and more and more, and the infighting is becoming massacring, and the massacring looks like it could hit a scale of taking down entire towns.
Well, a couple key things I want to know, whether you're conveying. We don't have to play through the whole conversation where you're just recapping what the audience already knows.
Yeah.
But are you explaining like what your role here is? Because remember, you were sent by the Thieves Guild to stop the fighting between the bandit factions.
Yeah.
Are you relaying any of that?
No. I'm gonna let if Dangolf asks. Yeah, if Dangolf asks, we'll consider putting up some information, but I'm not gonna volunteer that.
We're just here as adventurers.
Yeah.
So you're basically framing this as the bandits in the hills here have had a schism, which no one would particularly care about, except that the one group has gained some crazy unholy power through warlock magic, through the Raven Queen, and have allied themselves with these barbarians from the north called the Night Slayers, who want to basically come and destroy the cities. At the very least, the town of Stormhill, but probably just starting there.
Yeah.
Okay. So he will want to know, first of all, how do you know it's the Raven Queen? I did some divination spells regarding the nature of the magic that killed young Thriftwick, and what I had learned was that fairy magic was involved, likely of the dark and wintry nature. But you say it is specifically the Raven Queen. Do you have evidence of this?
I do. It would be perhaps incriminating to tell you where I got it from, so I would ask that you observe. We are here in an unofficial capacity. No one has asked us to be here except for us, and I may have had a brief and illuminating conversation with the corpse of Otto Thriftwick privately. And
also,
it came directly from Otto.
Seeing ravens everywhere, like that one with the red eyes, and the one that was like a ghost, and the raven people. There's just lots of ravens.
Ghost.
We were attacked on the road by the Ravendaverin.
Hilderivin.
Vilderivin, and we've seen a red-eyed raven familiar following us through much of our travels.
You think this? Oh, if you could capture this raven, you would definitely have a very powerful link to the warlock involved. Presuming it is the same warlock, the Vilderivin. Well, that does implicate the Raven Queen.
Oh, also they all
What?
got magic tattoos or something.
Ravens.
Not like a knife on their chest.
Ravens have a tattoo.
No, the hill folk do. I'm gonna draw it. I'm gonna draw it because I've drawn it once before,
Okay.
so I think I can do a decent version.
I
of it.
see. I do not know this symbol.
And we know that. Also, Otto told us that his rival Edric dwells in Ravenfall.
Edric, you
Edric.
say. Excellent. That Edric of Ravenfall. He makes a note to himself. He's not. Actually, he'll magic like a quill and a parchment will appear out of nowhere in his hands, and he'll take some notes.
Mm-hmm.
And then whenever he lets go of them, when he's done writing, they just disappear again. And he'll say,
Cloud.
well, the Raven, this means this might relate to the Raven, the cult of the Raven Queen. And that would point us to Ravenfall.
But what is not clear to me is which head of this beast we need to cut off. If we kill Shaylin Tark, will it be enough to stop the Hillfolk and their movement, or will the cult of the Raven Queen continue to manipulate them? There are so many tendrils to this great shadow that I worry about where we should try to stop it.
I can tell you what I know about the cult of the Raven Queen. It has existed for a very, very long time, longer than I have. Always that has had its center at the city of Ravenfall, and in part because of the Raven folk of the north. But it is not merely restricted to the Raven folk and other worshippers of the fairy creatures. There are those among our society who join this cult, whether they be merchants or lords and other landholders, or simple peasantry. It is not a single. Well, it is not always a single powerful group. There is much heterodoxy among the cultists of the Raven Queen. You must understand there are many of these fairy lords, powerful creatures. Their world and ours mirror each other. I am sure some of you are familiar with the Feywilds, and the entities of the Feywilds. Well, they affect our world. There are connections with the seasons, with the growth and death of things, all of the natural world. And the Raven Queen is merely one facet of the autumn and the winter. And long have there been rivalries between that side of things and the spring and summer. I think death and rebirth and that sort of thing. So that there are many individuals that worship these type of spirits, or who find themselves drawing their power, their devotion among the Fey Lords. They are not necessarily organized. Not like, say, the the Church of Njord or Odin of the north, where their temples are organized among themselves, and they have their own wealth. And over the history of this cult, there has been times where there have been leaders who have emerged and gained power, but it has always come and gone. And of course, the individual periods in the history of this cult, there may be more or less fanaticism. Many followers of the Raven Queen simply, pay their obeisance to the Fae and put out the holly at the right time of the season and that sort of thing, all the way to those who are far more ambitious in their quest for power. There have been rumors in the past few years that there is once again a single strong voice within the cult in Ravenfall. In any case, the merchants of the north, there is a greater membership among the merchants of the north within the cult of the Raven Queen than there has been in some years past. I would go so far as to say the Countess Nightshade, the lady of Ravenfall, many presume or suspect that she has had dealings with the cult, or is a member perhaps. But I would argue it is unlikely that she is particularly tied to the powers of this cult, to whatever sorts of ambitions they have, simply because she has held power in Ravenfall for over 50 years, while the cults the cult has waxed and waned in its fortunes during that time. One would suspect that if she was particularly involved in the cult's goals, that when they gain power, they would keep it. Or that she herself would lose power when they lose power. You are familiar with the Raven Queen, I take it? It's this fairy creature?
Heard bits and pieces, this and that, but I've not heard the story told quite so before. What cult is her opposite? What cult represents spring and summer?
I would not say there is a cult exactly, or there are sects or remember, we are speaking of beings that are nearly gods themselves. Yes, so one would not simply say, while there may be in a particular place a cult of Garl Glittergold, the gnome god, one would not say it is all worshippers of that god are a cult. Yes?
But who...
Generally, it is that one of the primary rivals to the Raven Queen is the prince or princess of the Court of Darkness, or one of the lords of the Court of Darkness, while the Court of Light is their primary foes or rivals. I would say the Horned King is one of the Fey Lords that would be particularly opposed to the Raven Queen. But you must understand, this is from time immemorial, the Fey Lords have squabbled with one another. And always, of course, through their minions. They do not personally take weapons and attack one another. And so these wars have been long and petty and subtle. It is likely that if there is it is likely that there is uh, a powerful force within the cult of the Raven Queen right now. They would have their own goals. It is not. They would not be seeking to do a thing that their god wishes them to do specifically. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Out of character for a second. So yeah, like the Raven Queen is like not directly endorsing this franchise, um, uh, but definitely this franchise is like using the Raven Queen's magic and resources and gaining power in their own way. So we have no idea that like if other
Exactly.
people involved are going to be
Right.
involved.
Well, you
with
think
this.
about it in terms of like as a warlock, right? You might, depending on your type of patron, you might be like, my patron is like, uh, Bob Thulu, the otherworldly entity,
Tulu
and
Dan.
Bob Thulu may, on one hand, be like, I specifically want you to do this crazy ritual that will open a gate, and I will like eat all of reality. Or it can be more, worship me, I wish power, murder is the blood god, murder all the people that you can, and I want to. That's good for me, right? But that isn't necessarily, a specific. This is the thing I want to happen. So this is kind of the way you're going, right? These are like fairy creatures that are tied to like you know, the basics of nature,
Mhm.
right? So like a goal of the Raven Queen might be, yay, eternal winter, for example. But that's not the kind of thing that like, Fred the Warlock is gonna go, oh yeah, let me just get on that.
Yeah.
It's
I,
much more general power source battery, and then what you do with that power is like your deal. So the cult of the Raven Queen is effectively an entity or an organization that's been around in one form or another for a long, long time. But as generations of people come and go, what that cult is doing comes and goes or changes.
well, as I see
Recently,
it,
somebody is get something going on.
as I see it, one option we have is to approach perhaps one of the more, perhaps Countess Nightshade, perhaps somebody associated with the cult who would be nervous to see its dealings dragged into the public through the brutish warlord tactics of Shaylin Tark, and see if they might stop her before she brings ruin to the Raven Queen's name. And the other would be to find a representative of the Horned King, somebody who would not wish to see these territories fall into the hands of the Shadow Court, and see if they could bring their forces to bear. These are plays in our playbook.
So a couple other things that you'll start to sort of pull together here with this conversation. I'm just looking for if there's more information I wanted
Also,
Dan
Also,
Golf to
we're
give you.
about at break time, so we should
Oh, right.
think about that. We're like what much
Yeah.
past,
Actually, let's take our break now then,
and you can like sort through your notes.
and we can decide what else you're going to get out of chatting with Gandalf, and what other questions you have that you want to ask
Yeah.
specifically.
yeah.
It'll give you a chance to think about it.
Want to
So
learn
So
we'll
about
let's
the
take
take
Joker?
10.
10 minutes here, and
Yep.
we'll see you back at 20 after 5.
Yep.
Cool.
Cool.
See you,
See y'all.
everybody.
We're back. Hello. It's time for more trash.
Trashy Rose.
Lane, you back?
We are good to go.
We're good to go.
Okay.
Refresh my
So
team.
at the request of the chat, everybody, we're going to have a poll here in a moment regarding what Tromlin has been up to,
Oh.
which won't become relevant until next game. But let's go ahead and get that one going.
Please don't kill my fairy godson. I'm trusting you, chat. I'm trusting you.
What has Tromlin been up
Jeez.
to?
Okay, just conferring with my shadow DM, who is going to put up that poll. We'll probably still do the poll we were planning to, but we will save it for later. For now, we'll do this one instead.
Tromlin poll.
Okay. While we are waiting for the shadow DM to get the poll set up, Alina, did you want to share the sketch card for the next?
It is not quite finished.
Okay, I thought it was. Sorry. I just saw earlier today we had Lady Toad and Yoshi raving
yeah.
about the previous one.
I can show off the previous one.
Did we show that last time?
Think we did, but just for anybody who's new, I can
Sure.
show you what kind of
And the poll is live,
stuff you
everybody.
get. Oh, I should not look at the chat then.
Yeah.
Let me know before that goes live.
I mean, you probably can because you can't actually see the options unless you hit the drop down.
Yeah, true.
And I already said that the poll is about what Tromlin has been up to. So if you see the title of the poll,
That's
you're
true.
not going to learn anything new.
Oh, hang on a second. The fan art's not displaying. Let me...
A reminder that the poll is 10 minutes. Please feel free to vote multiple times if you want to put bits into it. Hey, Shadow DM, did you manage to get the setup for double votes for subscribers?
Nope, that's not it.
And I guess the subscribers who are listening to me now can attempt to determine that if you vote and see what happens.
We'll have...
Any of the subscribers voting, are you getting 2 votes or just 1? No double vote. Okay. I never heard back from my Shadow DM as to whether he got it working.
Well, can't show the fan art, but...
No, we still can't. All right. Well,
it's going to take some fine-tuning.
we'll have to try again for next... we'll have to try like a test stream just during the week sometime here where we can try this up. Go ahead and just switch back to the other OBS. Don't worry about the fan art. Okay. Okay. So while we're letting that poll count down, because it'll be a little while, let's get back into it.
Dun, dun, dun.
I just wanted to add. That where were we here? Too many tabs open. Where's my Dan Gelf notes? There it is. So one thing I want to kind of point out here, as you're conferring with Dan Gelf about the history of this cult and this stuff that's been going on with Otto's murder, which you get the impression this seems to, or at least Dan Gelf believes, that the murder seems to have been or coincided with this big planned transaction that the Merchants Guild was brokering,
Yeah.
which almost makes you think it's not connected or not related to what's going on with Shaylin Tark.
Oh.
So,
Thing.
because clearly you've learned now that Shaylin has got the backing of these Night Slayers who want to conquer the North.
Mhm.
It seems like if your goal is to conquer the North and put an army together and go and besiege some cities and so forth, murdering a random merchant seems kind of unnecessary, or at least not relevant. So you're beginning to wonder if Otto's murder might not be particularly related or directly related.
It was
to-
definitely done by one of those knives, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was definitely done by the Raven cult.
Right.
But remember,
The Raven cult has many tentacles.
yeah.
Right, right.
Also, the Raven cult isn't the Night Slayers,
Right.
right? The Night Slayers are being to some degree controlled by the Raven cult.
And
I
when we
think
heard
I'm
about
trying to
Idrik,
remember.
he was another merchant or somebody that was an enemy of Otto's.
All you know about Idrik is that he is Otto's enemy. You asked the corpse of Otto Thriftwick who his enemy was, and he said Idrik of Ravenfall. And that may not be the person who killed him, right? It's just someone that Otto would have known was his enemy.
For most characters, I take very detailed notes. For Ugna, I've sort of taken Ugna notes. So I have Idrik, real bad guy. Real bad.
Real bad.
And I'm like, that does not help Alina right now. What?
So, and the last thing I want to sort of remind you guys of is your specific goal in this is just to stop the bandit fighting. Now, that may change as you learn more about the barbarians who want to conquer the North, or
Yeah, we're kind of all in on stopping that.
and Otto's murder.
Out of character, Perny, as a student of history who loves history, feels like he has a chance to stop what would have been the Chagha Khan uprising from happening again in a different spot that's closer to home.
And he may very well be right.
And he feels kind of invested in that personally.
Yep.
And if that, so that's definitely that's a shifting motivation for him.
Mm-hmm.
And he has lost sight of the scope of what's going on. So if anyone does need to pull him back or take him aside, that's a welcome conversation to have.
Feel free to do so.
Yeah. The other thing that I wanted to quickly check on, and we don't really actually know if Shaylin Tark is at the head of the Hillfolk army, or if the Hillfolk are just backing her, but they have their own whole thing. We don't really know which faction is manipulating which there, do we?
You have an inkling. It seems like Shaylin. So Shaylin Tark's, and you're now that you've got Shagrat and Dangalf in one place, you can kind of talk to both of them. No, Shagrat has told you that Shaylin's rise to power was very much tied to suddenly getting access to these magics and these soldiers.
Okay.
So very much Shaylin, sort of taking over the bandits, has been based on getting the Night Slayers behind her. And the Night Slayers that you've questioned seem to think that this is leading to them conquering the North.
Right.
Now, whether they're hiding that from Shaylin, you don't know. You have not yet actually encountered or talked to Shaylin, although that may very well be the next sort of order of business for you guys.
Yeah.
Now, do you have more specific questions for Dangalf?
Ugna was going to ask him, hey, did you ever catch that servant that, worked for Otto?
Yeah.
He was like a fairy or something.
Someone scared him very badly, but we don't know who.
Mystery. Hopefully that will never be solved.
He has been missing. We've been looking for him because we believe that he would know more about some of the circumstances surrounding young Thriftwick's death. but he has not been seen in town.
Huh. Because he was there when the murder happened and he didn't seem to know what was going on, but then he, like, took off. He was out of there.
That is toothbrush, I'm guessing.
Interesting. We will redouble our efforts to find him.
He was like magic, right? Some kind of fairy magic?
Yes.
Has
Interesting.
Edric come up in your investigations at all?
He has not, but we will now refocus our efforts.
And what do you know of Ravenfall's interest or investment in the conflicts with the bandits and whatever was going on with the Merchants Guild?
In my opinion, it would be for the Lady of Ravenfall. It is a bad thing for these squabbling bandits to be affecting trade on the road. Ravenfall does very much depend a great deal on trade from the south that comes by the Great Ring Road, and so the Shadow Coast is treacherous waters. The majority of trade is either overland or by airships through which of course are few and far between. So I would say it would very much be against the interests of the merchants of Ravenfall and the rulers of Ravenfall for these matters to be happening. Oh, I think I just heard that the poll is over. Excellent.
I can switch the chat back around.
Yep. Excellent, excellent. I kind of suspected that one might take it.
And
Excellent.
what do you, Dangolf, and you, Shagrat, know about the Night Slayers and the Hill Folk to the north, and who leads them, who speaks for them?
Well, Shagrat will come in as they've always been there. There's always been like the hill tribes. They kind of usually. I mean, they've always been. They're disorganized. Like they're traders who'll come into town. With the furs and stuff. I think actually Shaylin might have been one of them. I don't know, because she was come out of the wilds. But they've never been like, it's weird for them to go, hey, we're gonna back somebody in their bandit squall. It's usually like that tribe versus that tribe, and sometimes there's a marriage, and then gets one bigger tribe. And every once in a while, there's always been like a raid that comes down. Like that's why Stormhill's fortified. And Dan Galf will cut in. He's like, yes, there have been raids as far south as Mud Hollow. The Mud Hollow's walls were built very much to defend against raids from the north. This is, I agree with you, that this does very much strike as similar to the rising of the Khan some century or so ago.
So I suppose my question for you, Dangolf, is, besides your counsel, which we very much appreciate, how can you support us in trying to stop this rising tide? And if you cannot help us, whose counsel would you say we should seek?
Well, I will certainly send word on to back to the Baron and to the King that there is a danger to the north, so that they may prepare to defend against any sort of uprising. If it is power, as you suspect, of the cult of the Raven Queen that is giving them their this new impetus to band together, then my investigations into this murder are going to take me to Ravenfall, and perhaps you may also, if you wish to evade this disaster. Assist me in that. But I will follow this lead you have given me, this Edric fellow, and determine what I can about those who have attempted this murder. May I keep this in my investigation? He holds up the dagger that you handed him.
I'm going to look to the group on this because I've been carrying it, but it's not my decision. If any of you really wanted to stab that into anything, this is your chance to speak up.
I already
really
got
nice of you.
daggers. I'm good.
It's too
I
small.
would say that the capture of this red-eyed raven is also significant. It is possible that this Shaylin Tark person is herself or serves a warlock who's behind your difficulties, and it may not be the same who has created this murder weapon and killed young Thriftwick, but it may very well be the same warlock. And if we can capture the warlock's familiar, we have a link. I would definitely assist you if you are going to attempt to capture or destroy this Shaylin Tark person, to learn who the warlock that is fueling her with power is, or if indeed she is the warlock.
Are you
I
going to
would
stick around
certainly
for a few
assist you with
days?
magic.
Because
I would.
I'd like
must
to go
return-
capture that bird.
I must return and continue my investigation in Stormhill, but I can certainly remain in contact with you and can assist with magic. What are your plans?
I think we have yet to discuss those, but I will say that our friend Fetid here is a skilled ranger and might have insight on how we might capture the familiar. I know that it. Perfect.
I got a net.
The big
Often
cat.
works for birds.
Ugna digs around in her backpack and she'll pull out this giant net. Clearly meant for people, not for birds.
Yeah, that's perfect.
The holes are like this big.
Yeah. I got a net.
We'll
All
definitely
right,
hold
we're
that.
halfway
in store.
there.
So perhaps we'll look into the familiar. What would your recommendation for capturing it with magic be? A magic net?
Capture with magic is actually not a bad idea. And he reaches into his robes and rummages around.
Yeah, give us stuff.
Give us a magic item.
No, I don't want to see what you're gonna pull out.
He pulls out his
Reaching into
rod.
his sleeve. He reaches into his sleeve, so it'd be very weird if he pulled out something particularly.
No, you know what they say about wizards: dicks in weird places.
There you go.
This is what they say about wizards, for sure. He pulls out a crystal, and he says,
Your dick.
"This is my dick."
Knew it, wizard.
I am Dangolf, and Dangolf means crystal dick.
It's ancient Elven. It's archaic.
No. Oh no. No, he says this item is a form of a soul cage. If you destroy the familiar, and you have this crystal at the time, and hold it forth, the familiar, the spirit of the familiar, the mind that inhabits the creature, will be drawn into the crystal, and it will be trapped there. And you can then bring it to me for questioning.
Brilliant.
And he hands you the crystal.
Does it die just like a regular bird, or do you got to do something special to it?
Like a humane trap.
It would likely have it would be, I would imagine, harder to kill than a normal bird, but it can be killed.
I like this. I think we could kill a bird. I think.
I mean,
think we
we've
could
killed
do that.
other stuff.
I mean,
kill a
not if
bird?
it's the goose.
Really big shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Killed the
If it's
goose.
a
You
goose,
killed the
maybe.
goose.
I had a lot of
Yeah,
heads.
that's true.
Maybe. It exploded into feathers. Who knows?
Can't possibly be any worse than that goose.
Yup. Horrible goose.
I would appreciate if you could contact me nightly if you happen
Yes.
to have any powers remaining before you sleep or slumber.
I was
so that we
going
can
to suggest
check in.
this. I was going to suggest that I could contact you each night before I use the last of my spells. I can use ascending to you. I'll point out of character, actually, you can, if you want to, give up temporarily one of the names in your book and have him write his name in your book. And then you could
Ooh.
contact him as ascending
But
as well.
Perny Net,
Also, would Dangolf sign that?
I don't know. You'd have to try and find out.
can I collect the signature now and decide later if I want to swap one of my 5 friendly contacts or whatever? Or would I have to decide upon signing? Okay, so I'll say.
Yeah, I think that sounds good to me.
Okay, well I'll say, would you consider signing my book as a keepsake? And perhaps
Oh,
a
like an
promise
autograph.
that we will
Because
stay
he's
in
famous.
You show him the book then?
touch. Yeah.
He looks at the book for a long time. He goes, and he looks up at you. And then he reaches into his robes and he pulls out a little pair of wire frames with like crystals, little glasses, and he puts them on and peers at you. Huh. I think not at this time,
I
young
understand.
man.
Burn.
But he's really
understand,
old.
and I take no offense.
I mean, no offense, Perny, but like,
Mm.
aren't you older than him?
Time
No.
will tell.
Yes. Yes, it will. Very well. I must go. Here.
We use all of our before bed texts for like, so what are you wearing?
He
Watching.
You up?
You up? You up?
Yeah.
Yeah, he reaches into his
Right.
other sleeve and pulls out a small, what looks kind of like a pearl, like it's shiny and black, like a black pearl, but not like as like lustrous, like it's like more like just a really well polished black stone. And he gives it to you and says, "You can only use this once, but if you crush this between your fingers, you will be able to contact me at need.
Okay.
Otherwise, I will speak to you once each day." Very well. I must get back to Stormhill and continue. I have a meeting to speak with Lord Boltree.
I would. What is your take on the Lord Boldry? How do you feel about him?
What do you mean? In what way?
I have concerns that he may be a fine leader, he may govern well, but that he may be a cruel man harboring an agenda against someone who is very committed to our cause and to protecting all of the North. I simply would feel more comfortable if our counsel was kept between us and not shared with him.
He has cooperated fully with my investigation. If I hear anything of this harboring of ill will, I will certainly take it into account. I will not betray any trust. But I must go.
Very well.
Farewell. And as he says that, he just like disappears with a crack and a bang.
What a show off.
Does a teleport.
Yeah.
Crack and Bang, also a great name for tag team wrestlers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bagrat like jumps away from the spot where he vanished and is like, Jesus Christ, wizards. What? or I don't know,
Right?
whatever the DNA, whatever the D&D equivalent of Jesus Christ is. Odin's beard.
Good.
Whatever.
How are we all feeling about that?
Well, I mean, I didn't understand half of it.
I think the grab bird plan is the reasonable course of action.
I like that one. Murder
I
that
like
bird.
it.
Mhm.
Great trap.
Murder, like when the birds.
Oh.
Well,
And
I don't
then-
know what your plans are, but maybe you'll have your chance. My scouts came back. We were talking last night about where Tark might be. My scouts came back like an hour ago. And I told you there was a couple different camps where she might be hanging out. That one furthest up the road towards Ravenfall, that's the one. At least right now. And one of my scouts said he saw a bird circling around. I don't know if it's the one you're looking for, but
We'll
Has
just
a red
catch
eye.
birds until we find the right one.
Oh, did you
My-
find anybody who knew Shaylin or anybody like that?
oh yeah. I've got some people you can talk to over here.
Cool. I would still just want to know what we can about her. All right,
Okay.
let's go.
Anything
I'll-
else I can help with? Or you want to talk to these people?
I think I suspect we're going to try to the bird is something of a spy for the warlock, and I think we may try and attempt to lure the bird out so that we can ambush it. And
Bird.
if our ambush goes poorly and we find ourselves ambushed ourselves, you may find that we return in a hurry. So perhaps best to keep the camp on alert.
So you're going to head out there today? Or tonight?
Possibly. I think we'll see what there is to see.
Just remember to be real careful about those mists.
Well, I mean, we gotta maybe let Tromlin know where we're going, or wait for him to come back, or something.
We can leave a note here if you want.
I'll send him a message.
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna send Tromlin a sending saying, we are going to go catch a murder bird, so that we can trap its soul, and then we'll
Find us.
know who the real killer is. Your Grand Funkle Perny.
Hey, so he sets you up to talk to these other, some of the older bandits, or at least like, not old, but like, the ones who've been bandits for at least a few years and knew Shaylin like from the beginning.
Right.
And were friendlier with her. A couple of them are pretty bitter about it. Like they were like, yeah, we worked together, we were like comrades, and she went all, I'm gonna take power, and like, they murdered like 3 of my friends, and these like wild freaks from the hills have come out and started attacking us, and yeah, they're pretty upset about the situation, about the fact that that Shaylin would have done this. But they can tell you what kind of stuff do you want to know? They can tell you quite a bit.
Did she date anyone in camp? If so, was she into dudes, ladies, both, neither? Plants?
Kobolds.
Kobolds?
I'm gonna say ladies
all.
probably.
Oh.
Shaylin was more into the
I
ladies.
look to Glorpa and I give her a little wink.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
She's a lady, right?
Wipe off the mud for a moment, but you can.
I think her gender might actually be fluid.
Yes. I see what you did there.
It's like that fetid can't tell.
Yeah.
Like, I can't
mean-
smell your cloaca, so how do I know?
They all look the same to me.
Yeah.
I don't see gender. I mean, literally, I can't see it.
Yeah.
You can smell it.
Can't smell it.
Yep.
Was there anything that she, like, did she have a temper? Would she get real mad if you say insulted her mom, mad
No,
enough
she
to do
was
something
very
dumb.
cold and calculating,
Oh, I don't
Um,
like that.
but also kind of like she had a twisted honor. Like she wouldn't. She was very much against like um, uh, going after kids, like any kind of like attack where there were troops like with children.
I mean,
Um,
We dressed up
same.
as
She wouldn't
children.
wouldn't go after the clergy.
Child priests.
Oh yeah, like she would definitely be against going after child priests. Ugh. I don't even want to think about that. She, you find out that she used to claim that she had noble parentage,
Huh.
that she was like a bastard of a noble family.
Did she say
Um,
which one?
no, she did
Hmm.
not.
Okay, because I'm looking at Perny.
Yeah.
Oh.
Another one.
Good old cousin Shaylin.
We could do a what's my ritual that lets me talk to people with answers? Contact other plane. We could try contacting other plane to find out
To get some
some knowledge on
knowledge.
where
Hmm.
which family.
Ooh.
I've got friends in
Low places.
Places.
Um,
Friends in non-Euclidean places.
Yes.
Planes.
so we could try a little bit of that. Does anyone remember how her like mannerisms or her like what she talked about changed as she was like radicalizing, or like was there anyone that she confided in about?
People will say she got less friendly.
Mhm.
Like you were asking if she, dated anyone. And yeah, for sure. Probably nobody who's still around camp these days, but they'll like describe, oh, there was this one server at the inn in Stormhill that she had a thing with, that every time she went back into town, her
They'd
name
hook
was,
up.
it was like the server named Rosie. And yeah, she would get together with her regularly, but like that was like earlier on when she was like more friendly.
Hmm.
And
Shaylin
like
hot? Just generally? She kind of hot.
Good question.
I mean, from the descriptions, it sounds like it. She's like very, very athletic and like acrobatic and
Sports goth.
Sports goth.
Oh, right, the
Yeah.
goth part.
Yep.
rangery,
So, yes.
sporty ranger goth.
Hot.
Right on.
All right.
40 Ranger Goth. Perfect. Thank you.
Does there seem to be a type from the people that they recall her like dating? Does she have like a type? We know who she won't kill. Do we know who she's like attracted to?
I think there's probably, you probably only get a couple, so you're not really sure. You would need a larger pattern.
Yeah.
Okay.
But specifically, they'll talk about Rosie at the end. Until Rosie went away, Rosie like moved down south because they had sick family or something like that. Until Rosie left, they definitely had a thing.
Shucks.
We just need to get her together with Rosie again.
Yeah, and then
Everything
she'll
will be solved.
be less mopey and gothy.
Perfect.
Also, it's sounding like the whole let's seduce her thing is probably not gonna work because she's all like, I am obsessed with cult stuff. Ooh.
Maybe if we rolled really well.
Can we get them to describe what Rosie looks like?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ooh,
I mean,
we have
almost
some
everyone in the
disguised
Rosie
self.
was. Remember, there's only one inn
Yeah, true.
in
Oh, yeah.
Stormhill, so like probably like a significant percentage of the camp knew Rosie, had gone to the inn and had been served. So I would say you can get quite a good description of Rosie. In fact, don't some of you have like? I'm trying to remember if you guys have like
Disguise stuff?
abilities to like get like an image from someone's memory or something.
I have detect
That's
thoughts.
cool.
Yeah, that's the
Ooh,
spell I was
yeah.
thinking of.
They just
Detect
mine their
thoughts.
brain for Rosie.
Yeah. Can I find a willing participant willing to let me get a glimpse at a memory of Rosie?
Yeah, or just I just let that go.
Okay.
Willing or not, you can sort of like pull an image,
All right.
pull out an image,
Cool.
and then if you would like, you can prestidigitate the sort of a little minor illusion, and just show that image to the others.
Yeah.
And you
I'll
just
do
all
that.
kind of
And I'll do my best, like in my scrapbook drawing of it, so that I can show Tromlin later.
Sure.
Because if anyone is going to be disguising themselves,
It's Tromlin.
it's Tromlin.
To seduce
Right.
somebody, Tromlin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have a few options. Well,
Finally.
first of all, keep in mind that the disguise self is an illusion spell,
Mhm.
and tactile interaction with an illusion.
Yeah,
Don't
but
work
great.
all we need to do is get them like alone in a room. We don't need to
Yeah,
get into
or
the
even
business.
just get one of them into the camp where it's like, I came back
Yeah.
because I missed you. Let me in, and then
Mhm.
suddenly we have an agent inside the camp.
Yeah.
I was just saying that because there are ways to shapeshift more
Oh, permanently.
convincingly
Mhm.
than to do it with a disguise spell, right? So, for example, a polymorph spell.
Mhm.
Yeah. Or we just put Fetid in a wig.
Yeah, that
Also,
would
That's
be.
it.
I
a
mean,
plausible strategy. I'd roll with it.
that's a
Rosie, you
joke.
found so many
but-
hats since last time I saw you.
Mhm. What is a wig if not a floppy hat?
I mean, that's a hilarious joke, but also disguise kit and using like physical disguise would actually be better than a disguise spell for tactile. But obviously, polymorph would be like you can actually turn into that person.
Yeah.
I didn't realize the polymorph. I just assumed it was only for animals for polymorph for
No, it just
Glorify.
says you a new form.
Mm.
Polymorph me
Ooh.
into a shrub.
Just
A
go
hot
fuck
shrub.
yourself, Glorify. All right.
Yes, you could literally polymorph someone into a shrub.
A shrubbery.
Cool.
A
That's really good to
shrubbery.
know.
Shrubbery.
Well, I feel like I want to save, like, I think Rosie is our like ace in the hole if we need to pull something
Should
off.
we
but
go
I think
bird
we can
catching?
I think we can go bird catching without
Let's go
having
bird
to use
catching.
our Rosie card.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we'll wait for
My-
I
Tromlin
mean-
to catch up.
For either way, you've got to go to that camp. So
Let's go
True.
traveling.
Yeah. If has as the morning has gone on and we've gotten into the afternoon, has the sun burned off the mist yet, or are we still
by
looking
the
at
time you're done talking to all these people and it's getting like to noon, it actually does. It like you hear a lot of people talking about how unusual it is that the mists have been really persisting, and they're like a lot of people have been like hammering up like sprigs of greenery around the fence and like doing other like you actually see someone like taking like a box of salt and just kind of like sprinkling around the perimeter of the camp. And they're just sort of generally being like, I think the fairies are pissed off about something and we should be careful. But by about like 1 or 2 o'clock, it actually does start to burn off and lift, and people start kind of sighing in relief and going, okay, whew, good. To the extent that by mid-afternoon, if you guys are talking about going out, there will be volunteers willing to, there are scouts who are like, yeah, okay, we're willing to take you that far.
Cool.
And do I know if warlock familiars does detect magic detect them?
Yes.
Cool. Okay.
Yes.
Oh.
They
I
are magical
forgot.
creatures.
Literally until now, episode 9, 10,
That you
wherever
can
we're at.
detect magic.
I can detect magic at will. I
Yes.
didn't see it on my spell list, and I'm like, I can't believe I didn't take it. Oh well, sometime I'll fix that.
You,
And it's 'cause
you
I can do it at
probably
will.
You can just do it.
you might have
Mhm.
maybe just missed the fact that I have frequently given you information about whether something is magical because I just assumed you were using it.
I thought I was Arcana-ing,
Yeah.
and that was how I was doing that. But
I was
turns
like,
out
what was it? There was something just a little while ago, like today, that
the coin.
you looked at and I said it was
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
the coin,
yeah.
and I was like, no, it's not magic. That was me telling you that your detect magic doesn't detect magic.
Well, I want to. So Perny's strategy, and we'll do it in character, is thinking like, I think if we can get close enough, I can perform a big, ostentatious, fake ritual, because as we know, I don't know any magic, and something that will very much catch the curiosity of the familiar or the warlock or whoever's been following us. And I think that if you can all be ready to strike when it appears, we have a chance to kill it, and I'll carry the stone to capture it. And if I detect it somewhere soon, I will try to direct your attention to it.
We should probably be
Do
pretty
you have to
hidey, right? Like, maybe Fetid, you want to like do your thing?
Yeah, absolutely. I can do that.
Yeah. Do you think
Dagrad
we have
is
to
like-
capture it while it's still alive?
I
The
think-
soul capture thing?
I think that if we kill it, the soul capture will stop its spirit from escaping the area.
We should have gotten the manual on this damn thing. Damn it. And go.
Shagrat is standing there and is like, not magic. What? I thought you were some kind of frickin' wizard.
Wink. That's all I'm gonna say to
He
clarify.
looks like
that.
really confused and turns to the rest of you like, what the hell does that mean?
Just,
I'm sure gonna
just
go.
roll with
No,
it.
Magic
wink at
stuff
him, too.
happens around him sometimes.
We all just roll with it. Don't worry about it.
Sometimes the greatest magic of all is coincidence.
Also,
Okay,
he goes fishing.
let's go kill a bird.
With your
Do
fishing
you
rod.
need this is you're going out to the camp, but you're pretty sure you're not going to get like spotted or anything?
Nah, I'm
Like
good at
I'm asking
hiding
if this is
people.
like it. Am I supposed to like get all my forces together or something?
Oh, just know that we might return in a hurry with company.
Okay.
There's a chance.
So this is
Yeah, I
just you
don't-
guys.
There's like 28
My
of them. I don't
scouts
think we
will
should
go
try
with
and
you, but
fight
that's
them.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't,
Let's just
probably
run
not.
away.
We're still looking to avoid a war, not to
Mhm.
fight.
All right.
I don't like our odds if we have to.
Just quickly for the chat and for you guys to not be in the chat, we're gonna do the poll that we were gonna do second. We're gonna do that poll now.
3
And,
polls.
It's going to, so we're going to have 3 polls today. This poll
Ooh.
will probably not come up this game, but it will be very relevant, as all of you in the chat will see right away. So go ahead and start up the poll, Shadow DM, and we'll just carry on. The rest of us. While that poll is running, once again, we won't have double votes, I'm afraid, for...
Yeah, we couldn't get that working.
Yeah, but we were going to definitely try and fix that for next game. We are going to figure this out. Okay, excellent. All right, the poll is running. So, in the meantime, jumping back over here. So yeah, you guys gather your stuff together. You can leave some things behind if you want. Like you've got a camp set up, and Tromlin's stuff is here, of course. The 2 scouts from the camp, bandit scouts, will come and sort of just lead you, just like show you the way. But of course, having Fetid with you means that you travel quite rapidly overland, more or less due north and a little bit west. I think I took down those things on the map, so don't worry about switching to the map. But it was the furthest west of all of the camps, north of the road, just on the edge of where it went off into the denser hills. And so the rest of your day and into the night, you travel overland, and by, before midnight, you reach the area where this camp is, and you find yourselves on a hillside, looking over this camp. This encampment is on the side of a rocky cliff face. There's some taller hills that are kind of broken. There's not a lot of tree cover here, but there's a lot of cracked and broken rock. And this camp is set up in the crevice, and rocks have been stacked to make a bit of a crude wall with one opening leading down into the ravine. The camp slopes of the rock face above the camp. You can actually see fires of a couple of scouts and lookouts that can see a good wide sweep of the land about from this particular camp. and you can see the fires down amongst the rocks within the crags of the bandits and their barbarian allies. It is dark, and you do not see any sign of the bird circling above, but it's nighttime and it's a raven, so that's not super surprising. Although, you know what, I will get perception checks at this point from everyone. This is probably a good time to establish some specifics of what you
Nope.
see.
5.
Oh God, I see nothing.
Yep,
You
it's dark.
You see the insides of your own eyelids.
It's a
I got a-
15.
15, and I can see in darkness.
Nice.
7.
I'm sure we're all
Nope,
passers
sorry,
at trace,
9.
right? So we're all like super stealthy, but also
Yeah.
completely
yeah.
oblivious.
Reminder to the chat: the poll is up, folks. I only got 1 vote so far. I think we've got a lot of people sort of watching this in the background. 2 votes. This is a big one for establishing some stuff down the road here. So please do vote. This was going to be our second poll. I just postponed it because people were asking for us to decide what Tromlin was doing. Keep those votes coming.
Do we have
All
like
right.
a way to bait this bird? Or are we just hoping that we're going to come across it?
Well, the ritual Perny was saying might be bait.
Yeah, I was gonna try to do a fake ritual and see if that attracts the notice.
If you're doing
of,
like some weird
Okay, I missed
magic.
that. Thank you.
Yeah, if it's something that's not gonna
Cool.
be like bright and attract scouts, but like it's magic enough to attract like a raven detecting magic or something, a wizard, then maybe we'll get like the curious raven coming by.
Cool.
Bernie actually has the detect magic, so with your perception roll, and your various sensory augmentations, I will say you do in fact spot the raven. It is not, however, circling in the air. You see it down in the camp, like perched on like a pole or something, just within the camp itself.
I also wonder if we were to lure the raven out using another raven, perhaps with Fetid, your ability to charm animals, or Glorpa, your ability to take shape, you could behave strangely or oddly, perhaps pretending to be a messenger from the Raven Queen, and then try to lure the raven out. We might have a shot.
Yeah, that might work.
Should I do it since... I don't know. Do you have control over the animal once you're in it, Jeff? Or Fetid?
I do.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
But if you'd
Fetids
like me
is
to be a raven, I can be a raven.
yeah, Fetids is more limited because like he can just direct. It's still in the actual raven. It's just
Yeah.
Fetids in its brain, sort of directing which way it goes. But like, it wouldn't like attack or, it's a limited things that it can do. Whereas if you're in your beast form, you got full access to do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right
If
on.
it's magical
Cool.
and can
Want me to
detect
turn
magic,
into a raven?
yeah, it'll go, oh, this is a person who is a raven.
Both would detect magic.
Which is probably still something that to be interested in.
Yeah.
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 Hmm.
Also,
right.
I would like to help by trying to find a good spot to ambush a bird. Like, somewhere where there's relatively good cover from the camp, but also maybe like some
Let's see how good you are at this. This would be a survival roll.
Ooh,
All
this is
right,
gonna.
I want to help with this.
This is
then.
gonna almost suck. Oh,
I wanna
that's a
help.
10. I did a 10.
You rolled a 10 and you have a 0.
Yep.
So you're like, you start looking around like trapping a bird.
I got a 23.
Birds like trees. So you basically just like, this is a tree, birds like trees. This is the perfect spot.
This is a good spot for this.
I rolled a
And then-
23 on mine. So
Yeah, and then Fetid is like, no, you need a place
not
where
that
we
tree,
can.
this tree.
We need cover. We need to be able to like,
This cool
not
tree.
be seen. You don't want it to have like a tree next to it, so if we throw a net, it gets tangled in the tree.
In the tree.
This is a bad idea.
Ugn's just like trying to hide behind this tree with a net. And you're like, no, come here.
That's not
That
how you
Ugna is like
bird.
standing behind like a sapling holding a net.
Like, I don't have a lot of experience catching magical demon birds, but I know that won't work for regular birds. So.
Oh, okay.
So then, wherever Fetid sets up Ugna, I will set up like a ritual circle, so that like Ugna could like jump out and
Cool.
smack the bird with a hammer, or throw the net, whatever. And and how big are the holes in the net? Is this net going to be in any way useful for catching a bird?
Ugna's
Or just
net
funny.
is not,
This
is
is like a
not useful for
human-sized
catching 'em.
net.
This is a gladiator net for tangling up fighting
Humans.
people.
Well, I might at some point say, I think you might have more success catching the bird with the blunt end of your weapon rather than a net with holes that are
Oh.
bigger than the bird.
Right, we gotta kill it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Maybe I should get some
So-
rocks. If I get like a rock,
Oh, that would be good too.
Could be good.
Give it a good
There's
whack.
also you have various spell options. I think Glorpa has Entangle, for example.
Mhm.
Yeah, definitely.
You make the plants grab it.
Yes, I was thinking about that.
I'm going to grab
think
a
that's
small pile of Ugna throwing stones, by which I mean smallish boulders. Just hand
What
size.
does that throw?
For her.
Symboling it.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is it that you're going to do to try and draw the bird out then? Were you going to do the ritual thing, or are you going to send someone in as a bird? What's the plan?
I think so. My thinking is that if Perny's doing something suspicious in the woods, seemingly on his own, that would be of interest to a warlock or a warlock's familiar, and one of you goes to get the bird's attention as another raven, and then like flies off this way, then maybe we get the familiar on its own, and then everyone just ganks the
Moiters it.
bird.
Yeah,
Mhm.
That's my.
I'm game to immediately raven myself up.
Seems reasonable.
All right.
A weird, gloopy
Now,
raven.
I'm curious, what
Glaven
does Copernicus
is
have for
engaged.
an option here that wouldn't just attract the attention of the entire camp?
Well, I mean, like, I figure that if it's nighttime and it's the dark and I'm not within eye line of the camp, then chances are the only signal I'll be giving off is like a magical one. Not so much sound. Like, I'll make a little bit of sound, but I don't plan to like be screaming in the
Oh,
dark.
so you just want to like make it do a magical spell that would detect magic?
Yeah, like I'm gonna. Yeah, so maybe what I'm just gonna. It's actually the ritual for Phantom Steed. I'll work on that one, but I'm gonna make it a little louder than usual, and like just the visuals of it, I want it to look really mysterious and like.
Didn't you want to contact other plane? You could do that one.
I was thinking about that, but if I
Ooh.
fail the intelligence saving throw and go mad in the middle of our ambush plan, it would
Yeah, that
probably.
would probably be.
Especially if you're the
It
one
would
with
be on
the
brand,
capture soul.
Yeah, it'd be very
Soul
important.
stone.
Until Tromlin gets back to be my responsible adult, I'm gonna try and let the voice in the back of my brain that's like, "Don't do that. Stand up for him."
That's no fun.
But
For you.
chasing a demon
Yeah.
bird atop my Phantom Steed, if it tries to escape, as like a backup plan. That would be fun. That's also on brand,
And-
so that's my backup.
I'll
plan.
look it up. Does the Phantom Steed actually fly?
I think it flies.
Yeah, it
So
does,
it
and
could probably
fast, too.
attack that bird.
I know
Yeah.
it can move
Awesome.
fast, but I didn't know if it could actually fly.
I'm pretty sure it has like a 50-foot fly speed.
Wow.
No, it does not fly. It
Oh.
has 100-foot normal speed.
Holy
Oh,
crap.
I thought it could
Oh,
fly.
jeez.
It uses the statistics for a riding horse, except it has a speed of 100 feet.
Could you cast fly on it?
Oh wow. Yeah. Okay, I could do that
Yes,
too.
you could. Yes, you could.
All right. For some reason, I thought I could fly.
Oh, you
okay.
can ride it.
Great. Yeah, but I'll start working on that because yeah, having a flying demon horse or a demon horse I could make to fly.
It's pretty good.
Be
Yep.
Solid. Chase it down plan.
Okay, so you cast the spell. I am going to roll to determine if there is any sort of note that is taken, and there is not.
All right, we're gonna have
So
to
you go up in the woods. You're trying to stay hidden, obviously. And I'm assuming, by the way, Fetid cast the pass without trace, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
that's
Yeah.
that's one of the upper level
Alright.
slots gone, so that you guys are staying well hidden. So you're deliberately trying to stay hidden from like the people in the camp and just do the spell. So you do the spell. Nothing seems to occur.
I think
Oh,
we'll need to
excellent! Our poll is done.
Oh, cool.
I think we'll need to send our raven in to get the
Excellent.
raven's attention.
Glaven it is. May I
Glaven.
ask what you guys know about ravens and what you can? Do you guys know anything about birds and ravens? Do I know anything about birds and ravens? What would get
I mean,
a
you
raven's
have like,
attention? Are we
yeah,
going
you have
for
a
like
really good nature.
primal or? Okay, true. Think we're going for primal, or do you think that should be like, looking like a special kind of, also magic raven?
Well, you will detect
Oh.
as magic to detect magic because you are under a spell.
Wait. Oh, right. Oh, gotcha. That was
Like, ooh,
easy.
a
Okay.
magic
I rolled
raven.
Yeah,
yeah,
you will
right.
just be a
I rolled
magic
a
raven.
20 for nature.
Do you
Another
want
wasted
to-
one, I'm sure.
Yay, I wasted 20. I'm gonna put it
Yeah.
on my list. Do you want to specialize your raven form? Because you do have, if you'll recall, in your alchemy satchel, the ability to throw ingredients together to get funky effects.
Ooh.
Whoa,
So,
like, what would
for
I look
example,
under for that?
you can so on the second page of your character sheet, you have a list of recipes that you know.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So, for example, you can make a starlight juice to make yourself glow.
Ooh, a glowing raven.
So you could be a glowing raven.
Yeah.
Or if you wanted something specific that's not on that list, you can experiment with ingredients and make an alchemy roll thanks to your alchemy feat, and attempt to create some other kind of funky effect as you choose.
Can I make my eyes glow like green?
Yeah,
I don't know. Would that be?
you could. I would
would
say
that
you
be
could just
more,
do that with the
would
one you
that
know. Yeah.
interest a red-eyed raven? I feel like.
Traffic lights, red versus green. They're the
Yeah.
opposites.
Yeah. There we go. I'm reading all these real quick. Hold on. This is cool. Love potion. Oh, I'm doing love potion, baby. I have 2 vials. I have
You want to
2
do the
vials.
love
That's it?
potion
Should I
now, or
waste it
you?
on
Have
this?
this
I don't
sexy
know.
raven.
That's really all I'm looking for.
A mysteriously sexy bird.
I have alluring filtra? What is
Probably a
That just-
trap, but I just can't resist that bird.
That just gives you a charisma bonus.
This
Oh, okay,
incredibly
gotcha.
charismatic bird.
that? Magical grease? Won't even need it.
What? Whoa, hey.
Makes an area slippery, but I can
Woo.
do that on my own.
Woo.
Say it makes a larger
Jeez,
than
these are
normal
great.
area.
This is just Glorpa's sex kit.
God, thank you, Lane. You really picked some. You know me. Thank you.
Yep.
I didn't even read this shit. I'm sorry. This is great. Okay, I'm just gonna make myself glow because that's cool as shit. Common ingredients: starlight juice.
So Glorpa goes into the alchemist, the little satchel that Glorpa always wears, and starts tinkering around, brings out little bottles and stuff, and mixes a couple things together, and then drinks it, and then transforms into a glowing raven.
Ooh.
Yeah. All right.
I
Is
do
green
some
green eyes is
polite
cool?
clapping.
I'm like, oh, that's real good magic. That's great.
All right.
Oh my
cool.
god, she's a witch. Yeah, the scout who came with you is like, she's a witch. Bolts.
I mean,
And I
yeah.
just look at him because I'm like,
bolts.
yeah,
Oh, I forgot we had a scout with us.
Please.
literally
Runs
the
away.
witch
All
from
right,
the
Perny.
swamp.
He goes, oh no, a witch, and he runs away.
Who would have guessed?
You're all like,
Perny's the only person who knows where the magical raven we're after is. So can I ask you, Mr. Perny, where should I go to? There? There? Okay. All right. Oh, you're muted, I think.
Oh
He
yeah.
was
Sorry, I was eating a
pointing.
very crunchy apple, and
Oh.
yeah, I'm gonna point like down there.
Gotcha. Okay,
Um,
cool.
And then I'll
okay.
I'm gonna step up my obvious ritual game, and like maybe what I'll do is like when I don't know what if there's supposed to be a verbal component, but if not, I'll be like, oh, maybe I'll even say like, oh, Raven Queen, show me how to kill this heretic subcult of yours with your great power. Now that you see how they misuse it, I'm gonna
Sorry, what
try.
are you doing?
So the like vocal part of the ritual, even if there isn't
Oh,
supposed to be
okay.
one,
Sorry,
I'm casting the Phantom Steed thing, but I'm like,
I thought you were switching to the contact other plane and like trying to reach the Raven Queen. I was like,
But
what?
I'm
What?
pretend contacting other plane,
Okay.
and as though I'm
And you
tattling
just get a
on
glowing
this call
horse.
to the Raven Queen. Yeah, but it's just
Okay.
gonna be a glowing horse.
So Glorpa, you can fly down over this. You fly down.
I fly on down.
So are you just glowing the whole time? I'm assuming you're not trying to draw attention to yourself until you're there. Like you don't want some random
Oh.
like archer to be like, "Wow, glowing raven."
Oh, right. Yeah. Can I turn the
You can
light
control
on
it.
and
You
off?
can control it. Yeah.
Oh, cool. All right. I fly on down. Is it easy enough to find this raven? Do you allow me to just find it?
Make me a perception check
Yeah, sure.
because you don't have the benefit of the detect magic that's going.
Yeah, right. Ooh. Said
Although you
perception, right?
could cast detect magic. I think you actually have that spell.
Oh, there it is. Oh, do I?
Yeah, it's not
might.
on the list of standard memorized though, so
Ah, okay.
that's fine.
Well, I only rolled a 11 for perception.
So you fly
I
down
guess
into the
Perny
camp.
can. Yeah,
You fly
Perny
down
can
into the
always
camp and you go looking for.
brain tell me.
Yeah, I guess Perny, you're looking and watching, and you can see them both because now you have
It's
seen
like
two,
left,
spotter.
go left.
Yeah.
the two detected magic, right? Because they're both magical ravens,
Yeah.
and so you see Glorpa Raven fly, or Glaven fly out there and like veer off to the wrong part of the camp. Oh, you're muted.
This damn crunchy apple. Maybe a little to the right, a little to the right, a little more.
You hear that in your head. Sure. Yeah, you can guide Glorpa. All right, so you fly over and you see this raven perched on a post,
I
kind of preening
yell,
itself.
Caw! Caw!
It looks at you with its red eyes,
Yeah.
and it goes.
I look back at it with my green eyes.
And it goes. Wow. Okay. It's speaking out loud.
Yeah.
You in common. You can understand it.
Oh, nice. I get that a lot. I reply. How much do you like WoW? You like a WoW?
Who might you be?
I turn around and make only my cloaca glow directly at it. Do I have control over that? Can I control just
Yep.
that?
Yep, sure.
All right.
The light
so-
from within.
I just glow at once, turn around, and wink at him.
Just like a
Slowly.
firefly.
Oh man.
There's a cult of the Raven Queef joke here, and I don't know how to get to it, but I will acknowledge it.
This is the game I was expecting. So yeah, I'm trying to decide what the hell this poor familiar is going to make of this.
That chick's got a glowing ass.
It goes.
Are you okay?
Who are you?
Should be the response. Wouldn't you like to find out? You can only find out if you follow me. Slow wink to the other eye. And I just turn around and start flying towards my friends. The cloak is still glowing in case it needs to follow me a little easier.
Like
I
landing
would
lights.
like you to roll.
Oh, shit.
Oh, what is the appropriate roll here? Oh, you're not going to be good at any of these.
Seduce with a bird ass.
It doesn't matter. I was trying to decide if it was persuasion or deception, but either one of them is a -1. So go ahead and make a roll.
Okay,
I'm going to roll insight for the raven,
All right.
and we'll see.
12 then.
That's
Does
after you
anyone
roll a
have-
13 -1.
That's after the
Oh,
minus,
I
yeah.
would throw some inspiration at that.
Does anyone want to try and make this?
I don't think I have any left.
You got
I still have one,
Yeah,
right?
you have two,
Glorpa's got
Laura.
2.
Do I?
Oh,
All right.
shit.
Lugana also has
Can I
2.
use that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can spin one to re-roll. Go for it.
Yeah, all right. Mwah.
Where's Glorpa? There's
No, I
Glorpa.
only rolled a 14, so
Oh.
only 13. Hmm.
I would. You know what?
Sure.
Why don't you keep that inspiration? Well, no, you spent the inspiration. You take it off.
I
But
spent
I
it.
was gonna
That's my
say,
deal.
I would accept a hero point to
Ooh.
successfully deceive this raven creature
With
into
your
following you.
glowing butt.
hmm
How uncurious is
Successfully
this raven?
intrigue this. Well, of course, the point is
Yes,
it's not a
I will
raven.
absolutely use. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I will definitely use that. Thanks.
1 hero
All right.
point spent
So hero point spent.
Take
So
it.
Glorpa,
for glowing ass.
goes down and tries to seduce
Trying
this
to-
raven, but this, of course, is not really a raven. And instead, it's like clearly like whose familiar are you? What's going on here? But you've managed, because of your heroic effort to confuse the shit out of this raven. It's decided this must be a test or something, and it needs to like go check in with another warlock, and it is going to fly after you. So you successfully lead the raven back to your friends. So it flies after you.
All right. As I get closer, I start like my whole being, not just the butt anymore, starts to glow a little bit and starts glowing a little faster, as if I'm like a bomb about to like click up, just so that everybody else who's not detecting magic can see that I'm coming. And swoop right through everybody.
I need a stealth roll from everybody else,
Yup.
and I will not roll for the scouts because you scared them off
Wow.
with your witchcraft.
Yeah.
With the plus 10
Don't
from,
forget, everybody, add the 10 from Fetid, yes.
Yep.
And
I'm
I will
trying-
roll
I-
perception
I'm trying to
from
be
the
honest.
raven.
So
I
25
just rolled a
from
1,
Ugna.
so I need to spend another inspiration point to reroll
shit.
that.
Oh, sorry. Even 30 for Ugna. I forgot my plus 5 stealth.
30 for Ugna.
Yep.
Jeff is spending an inspiration.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I can't
Now, so you
possibly
can take
roll
that
any
off of Fetid.
worse.
Actually, seeing how
Oh
the
yeah, that's much better.
seduction went well, and I don't really need to be doing a ritual to like.
Yeah,
get
you can
attention.
break it. You can just
Okay.
quit the ritual when it
Yeah.
starts to come your way. You were the one person who could kind of see that exchange happen
Yeah.
because they're both glowing to you as like clear sense magic. So you were watching the whole thing. So you can drop your ritual and just stay hidden.
Yeah.
Roll
So then-
your stealth.
Yeah, between my one with shadows and the pass without trace, I rolled a 4, but that makes for 24.
Sounds good. Okay.
27.
This is good. This is good. 27?
Yeah.
This is good because the familiar has advantage on this roll.
Ooh.
My high roll is an 18, but I don't have enough perception to get past Copernicus. What did you get on your reroll, Jeff?
30.
Sweet. So 30 for Ugna, 30 for Fetid,
Nice.
and 27 for Copernicus. Everybody is like well hidden in the woods and shadows here on the
Good thing we
hillside.
got rid of those scouts. If anything, they would have dragged us down.
Mhm.
All right.
True.
Oh man, I'm just a lot less inspiration going on there on that.
That board's
on that
getting a
sheet.
little bare.
Oh, I just saw somebody put in another cheer
Yay.
because they
Hey,
all realize you
bless
guys
you.
are running. You guys are running out. You're running low.
cheer for the
Glowing
glowing
cloak.
cloaca.
Yay! Everyone cheer for Glorpa's glowing.
Glowacre, even. Just call me
Good.
Glowacre.
Oh my
Glowacre.
God.
Yeah, that's your new
Glowacre.
name.
Oh
Glowacre.
god.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so you are all very well hidden, and this demonic familiar comes flying over. Glorpa, you just fly through everybody or past everybody and keep him following you?
Yeah.
Or are you landing or
through.
something?
I would yell something, but I know that's a bad idea, so I'm just gonna slip through and hope that they see that we're slipping right through between them.
So I think
Or
I'm
continuing.
gonna write like attack to everyone on PernyNet, except Tromlin, just in case that confuses him.
Yep.
At the exact same time, when it's like kind of in the middle of our, actually maybe when it's on the far side, so that it has to cross back through us. No, actually when it's in the middle of all of us, I'll write like attack. And if I'm worried that it's not going to be visible, I might try and like tag it with something to make
Hit
it
it with.
shine.
Do you have like
It's got red eyes, right?
fairy fire? Dancing lights?
Oh, the hype train is happening again, everybody.
What? Hype
Oh.
train.
What?
I feel like the hype
So
train maybe comes
weird.
up randomly based on people doing some cheering anyway. I think
I
if
have
you
no
start
idea.
if a bit of cheering happens, it like drives the hype
It's
train.
like
I don't know.
hype.
Whatever. In any case, just so people know, it says 2.5 minutes for me. So if you're listening and you
Cool.
want to hype it up, you have a chance to do so. Whatever that means.
I don't know. We're very good at
Okay.
Twitch.
So, in the meantime, I think it's an initiative roll is the appropriate thing to do. So I would like everyone to roll initiative.
17.
Well,
17 as well. Do we
Also
reroll?
17.
Nice. Who has a
it'll
higher dex?
go-
I've
yeah,
got
it goes to whoever
2
has
plus
the.
2 dex.
Glorpa also has no. Glorpa has a +3 dex.
Oh, Glorpa first
I
then.
do.
So Glorpa
Here,
then,
I got a 23.
and that will definitely put Fetid first. And what about Copernicus?
I got a 6.
All right. Okay, and the Raven thing has a 14. All right. So first of all, Fetid, you
Yes.
hear Copernicus's creaky, dusty voice in your head. Attack!
All right. I'm gonna mark this stupid bird.
Yep. Bonus action
And-
to do the mark.
I am gonna start shooting arrows at it.
Excellent.
Great. You can take 2 shots because you have 2
Arrow number
attacks.
1. 17 plus 8 is 25.
Hey.
6. Yes.
That will hit.
Six.
Roll your
What do I-
damage.
Oh,
please.
a 1. 6 damage.
Okay, that's some.
Arrow number 2. 15 and 8 is 23.
Will also hit.
Nice.
And that is another 7 damage.
Okay. Ow. Now, Glorpa, actually, I'm going to say on this attack, Glorpa is busy leading it into position, so I'll take that one. So we'll move on to Ugna. Oh, wait a second. I am wrong. We move on to it. I rolled a 14, but it has a
Oh.
freaking bonus.
Oh, okay.
I just put its raw roll in, but it's going to have a dex bonus on initiative, so it's got above a 17.
Gotcha.
Does not get above a 23, so Fetid was first. Okay, so as it's flying along, 2 arrows like thunk into its body. It shrieks a piercing shriek, not a normal bird noise, but rather an otherworldly demonic noise. And it transforms from a black raven to a dark red imp, a little tiny horned thing with bat wings and talons and a long forked tail. And it's just frothing and hissing in anger. And
Ugna's
it
internal
is...
dialogue is like, oh, I felt bad about hitting a bird, but this I could fight.
Yep.
does not seem to be particularly bothered by the arrows that have hit it either, by the way. I mean, it's angry, but it does not appear to be particularly impeded.
Oh, you're muted.
It's me?
Do we think
No.
that it has a lot of
Crunchy
HP?
apples.
Oh,
Yeah.
it was the crunchy apple.
Crunchy apple over here. Do we think it has a lot of HP, and so this is a small amount of damage, or do we think that it reduces the damage? Do we have a sense of that?
I would give you that for free. This looks like some damage resistance.
Okay.
You're familiar enough with like honestly, yeah, you've probably had a lot to do with a lot of imps over time. You know that non-magical, non-silver kind of attacks don't hurt them.
Okay. One of us got some kind of +1 weapon, right? At some point.
Yes, some of you have magical weapons.
I mean, I just normally have a +1 weapon.
Oh, sweet.
Although your weapon is not magical, it's
No, it's
a
true. It's just a +1.
yeah, it's a dwarven make bonus. But magical spells are very much magical. And I'm just double checking. Yeah, it in Fury, it doesn't know about the rest of you. In Fury, it flies at Fetid, who has struck it, and
Right.
its forked tail comes like forward between its legs like a scorpion's, and it snarls and attempts to sting you with its little scorpion tail. What is your armor class, sir? Let's try and roll that so it
17.
lands in the box. Sorry?
17.
17. Okay. Total of 18. This will
Ah.
hit.
Right.
Just barely hit. It does 1d4 plus 3 piercing damage, so that's 6 damage. But it also does 3d6 poison damage.
Ow.
Oh god,
Ooh.
that's a lot.
Ow.
That's the kicker.
You get a saving throw
Hmm.
versus poison.
Okay.
Do you have like a? You don't have a resistance to poison. Just you can eat anything. I think.
Yeah, I can eat anything. That's about it.
Hmm.
They should distinguish
go ahead.
between poison and venom.
Yeah. So go ahead and make it. Yeah, exactly. Go ahead and make a save. Constitution
roll
save.
14 plus my Constitution monitor, so
Yep.
15.
That will succeed,
Nice.
which is very good because I rolled ridiculously well. I rolled 16
boy.
on 3d6, but
Oh,
you only take
God.
half.
Okay, so another
You only
8.
you take 8 damage from the poison.
Okay. Ow!
Hmm.
And it is now like on top of you, which means you can't shoot it with your bow anymore.
Oh.
Great.
Well, you can, but
I'll,
you give it opportunity attacks.
I'll take care of
I've
that.
got some good knives.
Just give me a minute.
Now it's up to Ugna.
Well, that thing just attacked my friend and also turned from a bird into a demon.
Into a little demon thing.
I sure know what to do with demons. So I'm going to hit that with my hammer.
Right.
I'm assuming a 25 hits.
Does.
Yep.
Don't worry about your damage because you cannot hurt it with this weapon, so it takes no damage. But do you want to do any kind of an effect?
I was going. I don't have the stunning attack that I thought I did. Can I do the pushing attack to kind of push it down to the ground, and then my follow-up attack will be to try to grab it and grapple it?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Excellent.
So I'm going to spend the point on that.
The maneuver point to push it where you want it, and now
Yep.
it is no longer airborne. You don't do further damage to it, so don't worry about it.
No, I'm just
But
pushing it into
you
the
now
ground.
can spend your second attack doing a grapple.
Excellent.
Was that a one-handed or two-handed attack?
With the hammer?
You have your shield going, or do you have your two-handed thing going? What are you doing?
I've got just the one-handed probably because I'm going for the grapple.
Because that means you've got two weapons fighting. You can just use you don't have to use your other attack. You can.
Oh yeah. No, that's what I was saying.
You just
I'm
go for the
hitting it
grab.
and then grabbing it, and then I've still got one
Okay.
attack after that. So 16 plus 8.
Will hit.
Awesome. So I have it grappled now.
Hang on, I need to do the resistant
Right.
for this. I forgot. It's not armor class. It is based on its Dex Acrobatics check to avoid this situation.
Yep.
What's your total? I've got 17.
I had 24.
Okay, yep, you got him.
Cool. So he's grappled.
have another attack. What do you want to do?
I'm just gonna punch him. It does not occur to Ugna to do much else.
Well, just in interest of time, you successfully punch it, but it doesn't do
It doesn't
any
do
damage.
anything. I'm just holding him on the ground and like.
You just hold it
Can.
and beat on it, and it's
Yep.
just snarling and twisting in your hand, and it's very, very upset about all this.
Yep.
Next up is Copernicus.
What do I think my if I gave my ritual dagger, which is +1 to hit and damage, and I assume it's a magical +1.
Yep.
If I gave that to Ugna, do I think that like my patron would be pissed off, or there'd be any ill effects, defensiveness, things like that?
I mean, you've recently had your stuff taken away from you by other creatures, and you might be a little hesitant.
I'm also holding it. Like
to do so?
I've got it here.
Yeah, Ugna also doesn't have a free hand. Ugna's holding a massive hammer in one hand and the imp in the other hand.
Okay.
I'm trying to apply one to the other.
Yep.
Alrighty. Then I think that what I'll do.
Because you're probably not very good at stabbing, but like you probably get an advantage if I'm holding it.
I mean, he had lots of ways to do magical damage.
That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm assuming the idea was he wanted to give someone else a weapon.
Yeah, but if that's the case, I've been doing a lot of combats where I've been trying to like hold things in place, but if I just need to like witch bolt the bejeebas out of this thing, then let's do it. So I'm gonna
Okay,
witch bolt
you're
the
going
bejeebas
up.
out of this thing.
All right. Well, okay. I thought you might go for the lower spell, but yeah, Witch Bolt, go for it. All right, you got to make your hit roll.
Well, let me just pull it up so I remember how it works.
It's your magical attack bonus. So
Okay.
at the top of your spell sheet, you have a spell attack
Yeah.
bonus, which is +7. So you're gonna
Uh,
roll and
I
add
think I'm
7.
gonna use my last inspiration.
All right.
We really need this to hit.
Zorch the hell out of this thing.
Yeah, I assume that a 13 wouldn't hit.
No.
A not wasted 20, I hope.
Ooh.
Are there-
Oh my God. Okay, so I was gonna say this one really matters because if you miss, I'm probably going to have it hit Ugna.
I can take it.
Okay, so the base damage of this thing is 4d12,
Jesus.
but because you rolled a crit, it's 8d12.
Ooh.
Hey!
I maybe couldn't have
So
taken
the
that.
imp evaporates.
Hey!
Oh.
I whip out the stone.
Okay,
Like-
yeah.
It like so this thing had like, I think I gave it like 15 hit points. It's just
Oh.
it hadn't taken any damage yet because it was all none of it was magic. So you just I mean, I guess you could roll 8 ones, but let's just say you didn't.
Law of averages says.
So basically, Copernicus, kind of like having been doing the ritual with the book, had to like drop the book to the side and like stop doing the ritual and stayed hidden in the bushes. Pops out now, goes ha ha, and like emperor style force lightnings this imp in your hand, like just explodes it in like a cloud of ozone. Just like you just got lightning struck the thing you were holding.
Is there a soul left to capture?
And
I'm-
yeah, you're like, "Quit."
And I want to Pokemon throw it at the where
Oh,
the imp
good.
was. Just because, like, this is my
You're
only
supposed to hold it and like brandish it, so it needs your
Like it's gonna
power.
like suck it in.
Yeah,
Alright,
it's your will that does this.
I mean, that's
And
how
it's
you
like
capture a
Pokemon's
Pokemon, though. You
saving
hold the
throw.
open Pokeball, and it is
Yeah.
attracted.
Oh, okay.
It's a saving throw against your DC. So what is your spell DC?
You throw it. It's
My
fine.
spell DC is 15.
What's its wisdom bonus or magic bonus? Oh ho! I rolled a total of 14.
Ooh.
Yay! We soul caged it.
It does not escape your
The
Your
the
spell.
crystal like shakes a couple of times.
Yeah. Raven,
Actually,
it
what-
was caught.
You're like, oh, I'm waiting for this crazy magic effect, and there's like a green light from where the destroyed imp was that kind of like vaguely, like almost mist, kind of moves in the direction of the crystal, and then the crystal goes ding, and that's it.
Ugna
if
goes,
you look
"Wow, I didn't know that light
closely-
or that crystal shot lightning." That's
Yes.
cool.
It is cool, and what happened? It's both those things.
The lightning very clearly came from Copernicus's outstretched, like, emperor-style claw.
Good.
I am
If
saying
Ugna
that
wants to
Ugna did
gaslight
not.
herself, Ernie's not gonna.
Ugna was worried about
Oh, yeah.
the struggling imp. All she saw was like a great light coming towards her, and then
Oh no,
Perny with a crystal, and she's like, "That's clearly what
I
made sense."
got it that was Ugna. That was for
Yeah.
everybody else.
Yeah.
Because everybody
Yeah.
else knows.
Well, I think it worked.
Oh.
And so with that, you hear some hue and cry from down in the camp, from
Alright,
like
we
this
Ooh, we should probably run
blast
away
of witch
now.
energy in the woods nearby.
That's our cue.
Let's run away.
Pass without trace.
I
Yeah.
I like
Yes,
pick
please.
up
Do
you still
Perny
have a
and
slot you
Glorpa,
can-
and we just kind of run.
Glorp is flying.
Yes, I have,
Oh,
Glorp
that's
is still
true.
a bird.
Glorpa's a bird.
I have passed without trace twice today, so I should have one more in me.
Oh,
This
good
is
deal.
your second one because you only did it once before. Remember, you had a long rest at the start of this session.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
that's right. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
So this is only your second.
Mhm.
So I think
Turn
Okay.
back into
back to Bandit
Glorpa.
HQ.
So
So you quickly are able to hide. You see, you hide yourselves like nearby. You don't want to like go moving along and potentially like draw attention to yourselves. You find a good hiding place and like pass without trace. And there's like a search that goes along. You overhear, bandits coming and going. I saw a light in the hills. It's gone now. And heading back in. Let's go tell Shaylin. I didn't see anything. Couldn't find anything.
Do
And so it all dies down eventually.
the voice that screamed? What was it? Like what did the voice sound like? Do we have any sense of like whose voice it might have been?
Oh, just
Gruff,
a demonic
high.
scream. It's
Oh.
a sound you know well. You're like, that brings back memories.
Ah.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Screaming imps. And I without a roll, like you made a roll about this a long time ago, but like this is clearly like you knew this was a warlock's familiar, and now you're like 100% convinced it's an imp. It's absolutely this is a warlock Pact of the Chain advanced minion creature.
It just takes raven form sometimes.
All imps can take the form of a raven.
oh,
It is one of they have general shape shifting abilities into what is it? A rat, a raven, or a spider.
choices.
Interesting.
Yeah. What do you want to do next? You're still here by the camp, and you know that Shaylin is still down in there. You've got the imp.
Oh yeah. I don't. Do I know Arcana wise if like this soul cage could be like we could like hostage whoever's familiar this is? this way?
Actually, go ahead and make me an Arcana roll. Actually, this is an interesting twist.
Yeah, what
This is
happens
very
when
relevant.
a warlock's familiar is banished, captured?
Yeah, let's do this.
21.
Excellent. Okay, so as you understand, so normally if you kill a warlock's familiar, it comes back later. They just make another one, right? Like with the familiar spell that Cromlin has, the monkey familiar he has. If that monkey were to be killed, it would disappear. It's not really there. It's a spirit, and then he would like he'd get another one out of his cloak later. Right? It would cost him a spell slot or a ritual. The same goes for like a Pact of the Chain familiar. It's an advanced familiar, but it's still like a spirit that just poofs when it is killed. The soul cage, though, is taken the essence of that creature and kept it. So the warlock who made this familiar will not be able to make their familiar again while this has happened, unless they want to abandon that familiar and start all over again with a new one, right?
We have inconvenienced her.
Like that actual demonic imp. Now, an interesting corollary to that is that you realize that the camp just all went quiet again. If this familiar was Shaylin Tark's familiar, Shaylin Tark would 100% be aware of what just happened.
Yep.
And in fact,
Oh,
would
right.
probably have been seeing this when it happened.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
we
would
should
probably
go.
keep her people like hunting much longer.
But
Mhm.
that didn't happen.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's not Shaylin.
with your over 20 Arcana roll, you don't think this was Shaylin Tark's familiar.
Okay.
It was
I
like
will
somebody
s-
sent to check in on her.
Yeah.
You
I
think
will.
this is potentially the warlock involved? In other words, may not be Shaylin Tark.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
We've
And
inconvenienced someone.
well, I will say that I don't think that I think this familiar belongs to someone other than Shaylin. Otherwise, we would be seeing these hillsides swarming with searches. But I still don't know whose. Do I know that like if that warlock decides to abandon this spirit altogether, will we still be able to trace it back using Dan Golf's wisdom that he was
You're
going to do to
not
this?
sure that would require some pretty severe, serious investigation. But the gist that you got here is that Dangalf believes so.
Okay.
Okay. So like I'm not too worried about like we need to get this to him before it gets banished.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Well, I mean, as long as this is like fine on ice or whatever, we're not in a rush. I kind of want to just observe the camp for a bit,
Yep.
gather some data, and I'm also going to wait for Dan Golf's check-in, so I can let him know like, hey, we got the Boyd.
Can I ask a follow-up question about familiars?
Yep.
I'm sure Glorpin knows this, but I don't. Do they always belong to warlocks? Like, are we certain that bird belonged to a warlock, or was a familiar to
Lots
rather?
of different spellcasters can get a familiar. It's a wizard spell, but it's a first level spell. So like lots of people can get access to it. Tromlin, for example, has it as an arcane trickster thief. And lots of
Oh yeah, right.
it's a find familiar spell.
But imps in
right.
particular.
But this is from
Oh.
Copernicus's
Right.
investigations here. This is
An
a
imp.
particular thing called one of the major types of warlocks are warlocks of the Pact of the Chain, which is a warlock who has a demonic familiar, as opposed to say Pact of
Okay.
the Tome, which is a warlock who has a big magic book. Not that Copernicus would know anything about that.
Not a thing.
Mm.
Definitely does not have a big magic book.
Yeah. And I believe Copernicus has already shared that he believed this was like a Pact of the Chain warlock.
Okay. Gotcha. Thanks.
So but does the camp otherwise like it stays pretty quiet? Are they
Yeah,
sending out-
things quiet down quite a bit, and then they stay quiet. No one seems to particularly miss the Raven. Honestly, though, to find out more about what's going on, you would need to like get in there,
Right.
like to scout, like listen in on conversations or whatever. Like from out here, all you know is they've basically seemed to have quieted down.
Could you send the swarm in, vetted?
I can.
I could definitely send in some sort of critter to look around and listen.
We could.
Although my
Glorpa-
concern is that they might have a whole bunch of detect magic going, so it would
although
potentially get caught.
Glorpa got in and out safely.
Yeah.
I wonder, and if Glorpa's still in Raven form, like I'll strategize out of character just because it'll be a little bit faster. But like, if you're a bird, and fetid, you can take over an animal and go in that way, and then I can cast fly and invisibility on me and Ugna. Then we can
Ooh.
like totally, the whole party can go into the camp.
Whoa.
And take
Just
a look.
hover over it.
Yeah, and and then we'll just make sure that we like hide Fetid's sleeping
Right.
self somewhere really safe, like under a rock where he's nice and cozy, so that he doesn't get ambushed by nothing.
I mean, I'm also very stealthy, so I'd be willing to just sneak in on my own.
Yeah. Or you can cast invisibility on like 3 people, right?
I thought it was 2.
Okay.
I think it's just 2.
Right.
One other person. I would say that for a quick thing, I would say the bird form thing works well. But I would also say, actually, what are we talking about? I don't see why Fetid couldn't like hide in Ugna's like backpack or something and just go with
True,
you.
I would fit there.
Yep.
If you're flying and invisible,
that.
you can have
That's
it
true.
in a pocket.
Yeah.
They General rule
pocket
is that you
kobold.
can't use invisibility and then like carry someone and make them invisible too. But if they're inside your belongings that turn invisible with you, I think that's probably acceptable.
I like that there's just one like reptilian floating eye that's peeking through like one of the grommets or whatever in the backpack material.
We'll
Just
also
flying.
point out that Glorpa's spell or potion is still going.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
right.
if you wanted to have red glowing eyes,
You could just go and take that raven's spot.
you really think any of these people can tell the difference between one raven and another raven?
Not at
Not
all.
apparently.
Let's do this.
That's
Do
it's
it.
real weird
Infiltrate
now.
the camp.
Biologist, and I can't tell the difference between ravens without getting a good look at them in the daylight.
There we go. Perfect.
Let's do
Oh.
it. This
Oh,
is exactly
yeah.
the kind of shenanigans that we want
Take
Randy
familiar-
to come back to have to deal with.
Yep.
We're all inside the camp with
Oh,
thin
you could
disguise.
literally fly back to the perch that raven was sitting on and just go back to
Be like,
preening
"Nothing
like he
was
was
going on."
doing.
Mhm.
Like, you're,
Yeah.
I just went to check some shit out, now I'm back.
Doing some raven shit. What?
Raven suddenly like putting her like claws
Although-
into her mouth now instead of what she was doing before.
Yeah. At some
not,
point,
not preening nicely.
so at some point, we don't know why Shaylin sent. Like maybe Shaylin just heard the scream, and that's why Shaylin sent someone out to investigate. Maybe
said they saw
whoever
light.
the warlock is sent Shaylin a message.
You know, you heard the people when you were like hiding and listening
Yeah.
to the search parties. They were talking about the lights, the having seen the light of the witch bolt
Oh,
spell.
okay. So they don't know that the
people
Raven's missing.
saw. Yeah, people saw
Oh,
a light
okay.
in the hills. Maybe you heard one person say something. I thought I heard like some kind of noise too,
Mhm.
because you did hear a shriek from the imp when it got attacked.
Well, Glorpa, do you want us with you in the camp doing investigations too, or do you want to go on your own and do like a little?
I mean, you
Fine.
can. Like,
Well,
I
you
love this
definitely
no
can.
splitting the party thing.
Yeah,
if you guys want to
that's
be
always
invisible,
nice.
like.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do that then.
Yeah, come with
So
me.
that is the only problem with that is you'll have to take. I mean, never mind. I was gonna say it's a problem because you got to rest first, but you get short rest spells because you
Yeah.
only have 2 spell slots and you've already cast Witch Bolt.
Yeah.
So to do both invisibility and fly is gonna
We
require
probably
a rest.
took like a 15-minute break just to let the search settle down.
That's
Yeah.
true.
So we've been
Actually,
like just
you
sitting
did.
here.
You definitely had long enough for a short rest, so you've got your spell slots back. So you're gonna blow both spell slots, fly and invisibility.
Yeah.
Now, actually, wait a second. Can you have both of those going at once?
Ooh,
Are they
the
both-
concentration?
Are they both concentration spells? I think they might be. I'm just pulling it up. Damn it. Turns out you can't just Google fly 5e and get the spell. Yeah, fly is concentration.
On the other hand, there is every possibility that I could just
Concentration
like
for invisibility too.
huck you over the wall and then I could like backflip over it. Invisibly.
All right. So then I think I'll have to do just invisibility and we go on foot, probably. Or alternatively, no. I was gonna see if I could tempt you with a black token, but I don't think that's worth it for this. I think Perny can walk and will avoid.
I'll just throw you over the wall and then climb or leap.
That works for me.
I will say
Can you cast leap on me, anybody? Or jump?
like a jump spell.
Because I could hold Perny and jump.
Well, wait a second. Yeah, you can. You're only one. It's only one
My
person.
athletics
so
is
you're-
crazy.
I will say, if you want to potentially put a hero point on this, I would say probably. I guess Ugna or Fetid, you're both involved. This is a good enough story thing that I will take that to hand wave all of the rolls and like
Cool. We
instead of
just
like
get
oh
into the
you gotta
camp.
wait until there's a gap in the to get through the door or climb the wall like Perny did before or whatever.
I will spend
Just
a hero
spend a
point on
hero
that.
point, and I am happy to say that through whatever means you manage to get invisibly into a good vantage point in the camp where you're kind of out of the path of anyone bumping into you, and you're hiding invisibly near Glorpa
Ugna
and
just
listening.
like crunk
spying.
sneaks, except she's not actually humming the entire time. She's just like doing the like invisibly
You're
through
your
the
own
camp.
Totally-
Danny Elfman soundtrack.
Yep.
You have to be actually doing the like like the Mission Impossible theme under your breath the entire time, but
Yep.
just people who hear it are like, they thought I heard it. Oh well, and just carry about their
Yep.
business because you spend a hero point. Yeah, absolutely. Hero point is going to include soundtrack,
For sure.
like for sure.
Yeah. And I've got Perny on like a backpack.
Yeah, you like
Yeah.
you run up to the wall outside and like do like a cartoonish like do, and then like jump and do like a triple somersault flip over the wall and land, and then like flatten yourself impossibly up against a tent as two people go by, and then like chain like someone's about to bump into you, so you squat down next to some crates and like take the shape
I have
of
a
a crate,
crate.
like again just cartoonishly you become square.
Yep.
And just yeah, a whole sequence from the Emperor's New Groove as you you make your way
Ooh, and
into
it
the
works
heart
on
of this camp.
cartoon logic.
Yeah, love it.
And at the end, you know, it comes to the da-da part of the song, just as you get to where pan up and there's Glorpa preening her butt on the on the top of the pole. And that's a great place to leave it, I think.
In the
Right?
camp.
This is our usual end
Yeah.
time. Yeah, it is.
7
Didn't
o'clock.
screw anything up the
No.
whole session.
That was actually pretty good.
Remarkable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if Randy's going to be more disappointed with that or like, yeah, I'm not sure.
That's it.
Um,
Now, if he wants to join us, he has to get into the heart of bandit territory without any of us helping him.
True.
Maybe
there
the
is
fairies
that.
will kick him out here.
Yeah.
I was really hoping to get you to a point where you basically were in confrontation with Shaylin Tarkir, but you're pretty close.
Cool.
Mhm.
I also really like your plan, potential plan about knowing Shaylin's ex-girlfriend and having the option of polymorphing. I'm really hoping that that's going to be a thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I really want to see Glorpa attempt to seduce.
Oh my god.
Oh god, this is gonna
I
be
mean-
so
I mean, you
boring.
have a love
Also,
It's a
potion.
real
Just get it into a
Or
tea or
will
something.
it go great?
It's also Glorpa has to pretend to be not just a particular person, but also like pass as a person who has lived in human society
Yes.
for more than 20 minutes.
Yep.
So
Yeah, this will go
don't
well.
know if it would be better. Glorpa can cast polymorph on someone else.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
So it
Oh, no.
would be
Oh.
the obvious choice would be Tromlin.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah, it really would.
That'd be
I love
great.
that we're discussing this now because this could very much be a thing that is discussed before Randy is
Tromlin,
here.
we need to turn you into a barmaid.
It's like,
Your name is
Right,
Rosie.
Tromlin.
You had a thing. You went south to and go.
Yeah.
And see.
and go. Poof.
And see.
he's like, now he's buxom barmaid, and there he is. Do it. We have faith in you.
Tromlin gets some, but not as himself.
We'll be watching invisibly from the corners and go.
So I feel like this is gonna be interesting. So yeah, I'm not too screwed here for introducing Dave next time. So I can announce to the chat that we will
Oh,
have a
yeah.
new guest next game.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, Jeff will not be with us
Mhm.
next game, but for good reason, for good like personal fun times reasons. And we will have a guest in his place in the form of one. I was gonna make up a longer name for Dave Malky.
David Malcaroni.
David Hugh Malkikins. Whatever
I like the
that.
idea that Fetid just falls asleep in the backpack, like it's
Yep.
warm in
Yeah.
a
Too
small
comfy.
space.
Cozy.
My reptilian
I was
brain
already
kicks
planning.
in.
Yeah, I'm sitting here with my write out, going, "Oh, excellent.
There you go.
Yes, excellent. I love this."
I turned too fast
Um,
and accidentally bean you against a post, and you're just like unconscious in the
Oh,
backpack.
just out. Yep.
And then, like, for like the rest of the game, you'll have to talk to him. You'll have like the occasion to be like, "Fetid, did you get all that? Awesome."
No,
Yeah,
still
just-
concussed.
At least it's not Egyptian Dilbert.
Yep.
Excellent. That's who he'll dream of, though.
Oh god.
No, I broke that curse.
Okay,
Recurring dreams.
so I can reveal some things. I'm just thinking about votes that I can reveal.
I need to get our list ready so we can do a roll.
Yeah. What the heck were the votes even tonight? I am like not with it today. So one of the votes was what was Tromlin up to. I'm not going to reveal that one because that will 100% come out next game. The last vote, the one we just did, I definitely don't want to reveal even what the vote was about, because it's related
like
to
that.
things.
Uh-oh.
It's related to things that have already happened in game.
Oh.
The audience knows.
Uh-oh.
But what was the first one? Shadow DM, help. Come on, brain. Oh, better yet, I've got it in my chat with him.
We
'cause
literally can't help you with this one.
Oh, why is he?
Oh, no, just because
disappeared on us?
we haven't seen them. We literally
Yeah, I
can't
know
help
you
with
guys
this one.
can't. Oh crap! I just remembered that was the thing I was going to try and have come out. That didn't come out yet, so it'll have to be at the beginning of next game also. So I guess I can't reveal any of the votes yet. But early next game, 2 of the votes will be revealed, like right at the beginning of next game.
Spaghetti.
So. Excellent. So, oh, and I just got my Shadow DM response.
Cool.
I think we can move on to announcements. One thing I want to let everybody know in the chat is I think we're going to try opening up the Discord. Since there's not a ton of subscribers that are on Discord, only about half of our subscribers are actually on the Discord. We're going to open it up to have a Discord that's available for anyone, any fan who wants to get in, and then there will be specific areas of the Discord that are only for subscribers.
But that way
So
we
there
get
will
more
be
people
roles
talking and posting
for the
dumb memes
subscribers.
and all that good stuff.
So anybody in the stream chat right now that would like to get involved with the Discord, I believe if we just say the name of the Discord, we can get people request invitation.
Not sure. Can I make a link for the server?
I think there's a link that you have to do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. So if you want to create that link right away
I'm
here,
gonna see if I can do that.
it's. I think you just go into Discord into that server because you're the owner, right? Yeah.
Yep. Oh, here we go. Here's the Discord link.
Cool.
I'm gonna post that in the chat, everybody.
So Discord link is going to be posted in the chat. Anybody who wants to join the Discord, you will be able to do so by following that link and requesting to join.
Come on
And
in.
everyone is welcome.
I just
Everyone
posted
is
it.
welcome. We'll probably post that on Twitter as well for after the stream here for people who aren't currently watching.
And I've been slowly going back through all of Lara's amazing illustrations from all the previous weeks
And posting them.
Throwing them all in a folder. So I'm probably going to at some point like go through and just make sure that everything he's ever drawn is posted in some channel or other.
Yeah, well, there's a fan art thread in the Discord.
Oh, okay. So maybe it's already
So Lar was posting his stuff there for a bit, but yeah,
also
not all of
posting
it's
it
in
there.
there.
Because he was sending me the high-res files.
Yeah, keep that going.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's lots of fun stuff in the Discord. There's a no players allowed room in the Discord where
nice.
none of you guys can go, but the audience can, so we can discuss potential future plans.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Alina, does that counter save our bit count?
It doesn't, but I can manually save it.
Cool.
Let me
That's what I
go
was
in and
wondering.
just
We
double
need to
check
make
what
sure
we're at right now, because then
to
we
put
won't
that
lose
number
it.
down. Yeah.
And I can bring it back up.
We also have a little bit of carryover from the previous time, which I have noted down, so we'll add that as well.
Yeah.
So our bit count will pick up next time, and we will continue towards. We are nearing the culmination of this particular venture, which means that more hero points will be coming soon. Which is one of the reasons I've been encouraging you guys to spend them, so you can get them back. Any other announcements that need announcing? Anybody want to do shout outs, or should we do our roll first for the giveaway?
Why don't we do the roll first, and then we'll all think of shout outs if we have them.
That reminds me, did we ever get contacted by the person who won last time?
No, but I have a way to push their sketch card to them.
Okay, cool. That's all that matters.
I can only do it for one subscriber at a time, weirdly, but I know who they are, so.
That's all that matters.
Yep.
Okay, so we're about to roll.
Roll a d12, Lane.
I'm going to roll my d12. That's a d20. This is a d12. Number 4.
That is Kaitu.
Has Kaitu already got one? Or am I misremembering?
Nope, not
I thought it
Kaitu.
was.
I've
All
got them
right.
all marked.
Excellent. Kaitu, you are going to get the next sketch card from our artists.
Congratulations.
Huzzah!
And Kaitu's actually here, so that's kind
Yeah.
of cool.
Oh, yay.
I'm going to save this. And if you're in the Discord, we'll just send it to you there, because that is the easiest.
Yeah. Yay, Kaitu. All right, and let's wrap up then with our shout-outs. I will, as always, shout out with a big thanks to my Shadow DM, Dan.
Dan.
As always, thank you very much, Dan.
Shadow
Dan the Paradox. The Shadow Dan. And anybody else have any projects coming up they want to shout out here on stream?
I have a
Anybody?
new book coming out in
Ooh.
in 2 weeks. It is called The House of Untold Stories. It is 50 short stories that are all like this length, so they fit on a pair of pages.
Oh.
And you actually read through the book like you're traveling through this house that contains stories, and they're all weird and set in different pocket universes. And then at the end, you've wandered through this strange collection of worlds in a weird fictitious house. And it's coming out from Andrews McMeel Universal
Nice.
in 2 weeks. The House of Untold Stories.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yay.
it's a
That
good
looks
book.
very cool. I'll do my usual shout out. If you like this stream and want to see more of me playing a weird character, come and watch Something Wicked on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. PST. It is at twitch.tv/something5e. It is a comedy horror game where I play Mikey, the Artificer, Dragonborn, Lich, because there's a weird curse going on. It's a lot of fun.
Question mark?
Question mark. We don't know how that works yet. It's fun. It's wacky. We also have another project where my friend Maggie and I draw D&D characters where Maggie will randomly generate them and I will draw the resulting weirdos. We call it Let Me Tell You About My Character. And last Wednesday I did a special one-shot instead of Something Wicked where we played the weird characters that we'd created on Let Me Tell You About My Character, and it was ridiculous. It was called Murder at the Goth Club. And it was just packed full of goth references. It was a lot of fun. We
That was
didn't
quite
quite
a fun
finish it
one.
up, so this next Wednesday we're gonna do sort of part 2 of it and finish up with a combat. So if you want to check that out, it's a good place to jump in. This coming Wednesday. That's it.
You also have a Kickstarter starting soon, don't you? Or is that not for a while yet?
23rd. Follow me
Yeah,
on
that's
Twitter
before.
at Alina
Goodness.
Pete and find out about the cool All Indigenous Artists anthology that we're putting together through Iron Circus Comics called Cautionary Fables and Fairy Tales North America. I did the cover for it. I'm co-editing it along with a couple other awesome folks, and it's very cool. There should be a giant media blitz about it soon.
Sweet.
Anybody else have any announcements they want to make? As always, don't forget to check out the social. I'm pointing the wrong way again. The social medias. I know that Danielle is posting comics on Instagram on a regular basis. I know because I follow.
Thanks.
So I get to see them. And of course, Jeff is on the interwebs at questionablecontent.net, as well as many other hilarious NPCs in my game names that just happen to also be URLs. So, join us again in 2 weeks for more ridiculous, steaming, hot trash heroes.
Sometimes there's glowing cloacas.
Sometimes that's just the thing that happens. I like that wave is the glowing cloaca wave.
We're going to do that from
Make the
now
hole
on.
in the middle a little bit better.
Ah.
With that
Everybody-
disgusting thought, goodbye.
Yeah. Goodbye.